to the third day of the Transitional Committee. Okay, please, those with taking selfies, having side meetings and so on, please take your seats so that we can start the third day of the Transitional Committee meeting. And this is an open meeting. We are absolutely delighted to see everyone in the room. We can also be followed on YouTube, and we've asked the Secretariat to put up on the screen the list of issues that we'd be covering this morning. So we're kind of working through the scenario note. We covered a number of issues from the scenario note related to the fund and the funding arrangements and sources already, but there were a number of issues related to the fund that weren't covered. And again, at this point, we're not looking for general statements, but really sort of looking for very specific, like one sentence. How would you capture, for example, on the country ownership, what is the wording? How would you capture that in the decision text on the fund? So again, we're not going to debate on. I think everyone agrees that country ownership, for example, is extremely important, and so no need to have a discussion around that, but really just sort of on what would be the sentence, how would you capture that in the decision text? So the idea is that we'd start with principles of the fund. Again, would expect this to be a very short discussion because we are building on the decision text from the charm. Then turn to country ownership, access and delivery modalities and triggers. Okay, this is, by the way, just to the Secretary, this is not the version, but never mind. Okay, but let's, that's okay. But we're going to start with the principles, right? So, Richard, do you want to take the first, and then I'll take the second, and then we'll keep on alternating to make it sure that we have a very dynamic chairing arrangement, if nothing else is dynamic in the Transitional Committee. Over to you, Richard.
I'm not quite sure I understand the meaning of dynamic in the context of a process, but anyway. Thank you very much, Uti, and good morning, colleagues. So yes, we're going to start off with what really is, really are core components of the normal procedures of drafting a terms of reference or a governing instrument, as some of you are calling it. And so the section on principles really captures, a sense, it's a guiding mandate for the board in how they do their work. What are the really important things that they need to ensure that their policies, that the funding proposals, that the procedures that they take recognize, right? So these are not policy matters. These are operational guiding elements that are really important, particularly for developing countries, because this is a developing country fund. And so we understand that this is a normal procedure, a normal practice of having principles. We do note that the developing country submission had a number of principles. So, for example, one of them, and this was discussed yesterday, and I know Avinash had responded to this, and I think Heike had also, correct me if I'm wrong, this issue of avoiding excessive indebtedness, right? So there's 2 ways or 3 ways of dealing with that matter. One is to capture it as a principle approach, and the other one is to have a policy on avoiding indebtedness, right? Now, the principle is the simpler way of capturing something, where I'm not quite sure that a board would have a policy or policy process on avoiding indebtedness, right? It's something that would guide the thinking and the operations of the fund to ensure that when you get a proposal or you're responding to an event, it's a question in your mind, will if I give this amount of money in this form to this country, will this happen, right? So let's try and get a sense of these are the principles of that. So I'm not going to talk anymore. We'll open the floor for colleagues' comments. Please reflect on what was in the submission. I note the US proposal didn't have anything on principles. That doesn't mean that that's something that you're opposed to. I wouldn't take it like that, but it could be that. So I'm going to open the floor for comments, colleagues. during the COVID pandemic, one of our ministers was caught on record saying something that wasn't very clever, so some of the people turned it into a ringtone. So I don't know how politically correct it is. So, sorry, I apologize for that. So I have Avinash and Mateus. Please go ahead. Sure, you can go first,
Okay.
Mateus, please.
No issues. First of all, good morning, colleagues. Very honored and happy to be here, trying to advance the work that we have to do, the heavy workload that we have ahead of us. First of all, let me again express my full support to the developing country constituency submission on the matter. I think that as Richard has highlighted, we have presented this TC with a very extensive list of principles that we would like to have reflected in the final outcome of the new fund. And this is basically because we're taking, as the name suggests and the very nature of principles suggest, to have a fund that has clear guidance and beacons, not only in terms of its design, but including on its policies, as Richard has just mentioned. And in expressing my support to developing countries' submission, I would like to highlight some of the principles that for us are key to have a fit-for-purpose and ambitious fund to assist developing countries in responding to loss and damage, including economic and non-economic ones. First of all and foremost is the principles of the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. This needs to be reflected not only in writing, saying that the fund will abide by the principles, but actually be the core beacon, the core guidance to design the fund. So it touches on eligibility criteria, it touches on sources of finance, it touches on equity and CBDR that we want to be reflected in the new fund. It also leads to the second principle that is in our submission, which is that the fund should be responsive to the country's needs and circumstances, which is also reflected in the Paris Agreement. If this fund is not about the needs and priorities identified by developing countries, this fund will not have added value. So my concern, for example, from the previous discussions on this specifically, is that many of the submissions made from some TC members does not speak to the country needs and priorities identified by our constituency. So this needs to be one of the key principles of the new loss and damage fund. As a corollary of the second principle is the need for the new fund to work and enhance our national systems and our policies. Because we're not parting from a blank page. There's already been much effort and much thought put on policies and put on action for us to deal with addressing losses and damage, addressing with disasters. We have worked through UNDRR, Sendai framework, humanitarian system, all over again. And again, we haven't reached the scale, predictability, and additionality of resources, right? So the fund should be designed in a flexible way to allow for its actions to work through and enhance our national systems, policies, and priorities. Another principle that I would like to highlight is the very fact that, and I have already expressed that very clearly, is that the policies, instruments, and the very underlying principle of the fund itself should take an approach not to exacerbate the current indebtedness level of developing countries. And this is very important because when it comes to the context of addressing loss and damage and addressing the risks on disasters, if we are to deliver and deploy loans for developing countries to recover, respond, rehabilitate from extreme weather events, this is putting on us on a worse perspective and scenario. It's a trap. It's not going to be a fit-for-purpose fund. It's going to be a trap. So we need to guarantee that for addressing losses and damage in developing countries, we deploy a majority of grant-based finance. This is really important. And finally, it's on the design of the fund itself. I think we have already touched on this before, and I didn't see much disagreement on that in principle, that the new fund should be flexible, responsive, and innovative in many of its aspects, policies, instruments, and so on. So we need, for example, to be able to use a wide range of financing options, options that are feasible, options that are there, options that have potential to provide impact on the ground. It needs to adapt dynamically in light of the evolving needs of developing countries. Because the needs are going to evolve. Basically, if we do not have mitigation, ambition implementation specifically from developed countries, that needs to take the lead on that. So we need a fit-for-purpose, dynamic, but flexible loss and damage fund. This is all in our developing country constituency submission. And these are the elements I would like to first of all highlight and the key principles for the new fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Mateus. Before I hand the floor to Avinash, we're going to be dynamic and we're going to test something on you. So some colleagues have suggested we seem to be stuck in this, you talk one, I talk, the next person talks, and then there's no mechanism for somebody to ask a question or to respond, right? So we're going to try something. It may not work. We'd like it to work. So if you want to respond to something that another TC member has said, we will give you 2 minutes, okay? Because we are time managing here, right? So we'll keep the main time for the people with the flags up. But if Avinash says something and you want to, Matthias has said something, you want to respond, just put your 2 hands up, and then we'll give you the floor. If you have a better idea of how to allow for a dynamic process, we'd also be happy to understand that and test that. So from this morning to this afternoon, you want to respond and put 2 hands up. So Avinash, please go ahead.
Richard, I think it should be 1 minute, because in terms of direct responses to what you've heard, to keep it flowing.
Avinash, Uti suggested 1. I was being flexible for 2, but if you want 1 minute, then I'll give you one.
Yeah.
I'll give them 1 minute. Thank you.
Good. So, look, I echo Matthias's point about the developing countries' submission on principles. I think they're very clear and they're very simple. I think they also echo much of what's in the Sharm decision. But I do detect some sort of moving away from some of them. So I would just like to highlight perhaps the 6 key ones for me here. And firstly is that this fund is very much with climate change under the authority of COP and CMA. In terms of, responding, not so much preparation. Preparation needs to be done. It needs to be done by our resilience and adaptation procedures and processes, which are very well led by MDBs, but this is about responding. Secondly, in terms of eligibility, we are looking for a focus on climate vulnerable countries, or developing countries particularly vulnerable to climate change. I think some of our members are not familiar because they're not borrowers from many of the other institutions. Barbados is a climate vulnerable country. We could not borrow from the World Bank for 30 years. Our first borrowing from the World Bank took place during COVID. We had to get special exemption. The US Treasury was very helpful in that regard in order for us to borrow. Many of these institutions that you think are doing climate finance have very specific conditionality and eligibilities, which make them not effective at addressing developing countries that are particularly vulnerable to climate change. The third thing I would say, and I think we've talked about that yesterday, I think we have agreement that we have a climate debt nexus. the countries that are climate vulnerable are getting into a debt situation, making it compounding their problem. So we need, in terms of instruments, the principle is, as far as we can, non-debt instruments. I think in terms of modalities, and we'll come on to this, it seems, in the next section, it really needs to be country-led. It needs to be, and one way, Uti, I think you gave us a good test there. It could be that the actions of the fund must relate to specific requests by countries. It really must be country-led in our response. In terms of the type of things it's doing, I think we all have agreement around programmatic responses. These are responses that are consistent with countries' recovery and rehabilitation plans, which are national, consistent with national resilience and adaptation plans, and consistent with the needs and circumstances of the time. And then finally, I think in terms of funding, I think it is unambiguously the case that we're dealing with a situation where rich countries have contributed most and poor countries are suffering greatest. We know we're addressing that. That's why we're here. We're here with global solidarity. And therefore, in our funding sources, equity must play a very high matter. We must see the main funding coming from developed countries. Other countries must be invited to contribute. There will be funding gaps. Hopefully there will not be great funding gaps, but we know there will be funding gaps. Innovative sources of funding could be used to help fill those funding gaps, but where they are used, they must also be based and be sensitive to the issues of equity. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Avinash. I have on my list Sumaya, Makai, and Heike. So Sumaya, please go ahead.
Good morning, colleagues, and thank you, Co-Chair. I also, like other colleagues, would like to fully support the submission from developing countries on the issue of principles. I agree or confirm that, similar to what was spelled out in the submission and what was said by my colleagues who spoke before me, that the fund would do will be grounded in the Convention and Paris Agreement and the principles, particularly of CBDR and historical responsibility. The issue of equity and fairness that Vanish has just talked about are really important. From our side, we feel that the fund shall serve all the particularly vulnerable countries, and that in that context we see all the African countries are particularly vulnerable because the African continent has its very special circumstances that together with climate change and loss and damage that is affecting its development and its sustainable development. So we hope to see a fund that would have the principle of serving, providing the needs, addressing the needs of developing countries and addressing and have the principle of country-drivenness. It should be transparent and accountable to the Convention and Paris Agreement, and it should be grant-based. We hope to see the leadership of developed countries and their commitment to ensure new additional predictable financial resources should be open and flexible and responsive to current and projected loss and damage. And I think that in that context, that is also about the dynamic of the fund. I see it fit for purpose to meet the current and projected loss and damage. It should be open for scaled resources However, it should not really add here I'm talking about the whatever resources innovative should not add to the burden of develop or have conditionality on developing countries. So whatever resources is channeled to the fund should really not be on as loans. It should be also as grant. Thank you.
Thank you, Samaya. That's clear. Next on my list, I have Makai, Heike, Dan, Jean-Christophe, Adao, Haja, and then Christina. So, Makai, no, Mohammed, sorry. Makai, you have the floor, please.
Thanks a lot, Richard, and good day to colleagues. Just quickly going on to the purpose and focusing on principles and I guess the purpose of principles, and just to add that context, it is to guide the fund in its operations. Not only does it guide the Secretariat, but it guides the board, and it guides all the other stakeholders in their engagements, but are broad enough to essentially allow for development over time. And so it's really important that we have principles that can stand the test of time. And obviously, just highlighting that the developing country proposal highlights quite a number of really crucial and key principles. And we'll endorse what other colleagues have said on the floor of some key and important principles. One that we haven't as yet highlighted is one principle that comes out of the convention, and this is why the convention is quite important, is on, and its reference in the context of the fund, is the specific needs and special circumstances of developing country parties, right? Especially those that are particularly vulnerable. So I'm reading Article 3(2) of the convention, and of those parties, especially developing country parties that have borne and bear a disproportionate and an abnormal burden under the convention, and this should be given full consideration. How we give that full consideration is quite crucial and quite important, and having a principle that allows for that and then further developed out on the outset in the instrument is absolutely crucial. In addition to, and it uplifts the concepts of equity, right, which is also very important, very crucial, and ensuring that how we operationalize the fund, and it's done in an equitable manner, where I think many TC members around the table are highlighting that no one needs to be left behind. And we do need to note that the existing architecture has left behind a lot of different developing countries as well. And this fund should seek to make sure, as we look at all being eligible, is that none are left behind as well, where we've seen in bigger systems where a lot of the others may be left behind. I think another one that will be highlighted, and Diane makes mention a lot to this, is the minimization of transaction cost, and thinking about how we go about doing that as a board, whether it be transaction costs that are financial or transaction costs that deal with, for example, interacting with the fund, how the fund interacts. And so it hopefully this principle will allow the Secretariat to be clearly guided on the fact, that you can't take, 2 weeks holiday and not get back to a country in the context of this extreme weather event, this slow onset event, etc. And so this will then speak to more broadly, how the Secretariat is funding. And this is why certain things like the context of having a dedicated independent Secretariat is actually quite crucial as well to this notion. So I do think that we need to highlight that, and as well looking at bureaucratic obstacles. But as well, how the Secretariat takes into consideration and appreciates the different circumstances, the context-specific circumstances, also looks at the type of persons that are in the Secretariat, that are hired in the Secretariat. If you have and I've experienced this in national implementation, where I've come up with a person from the Secretariat of a fund, they're from X region that doesn't understand my context, and they're like, in a small island, why doesn't your adaptation project have this X amount of internal rate of return, right? And I'm like, but we're at a climate fund, right? You know, obviously we're a smaller island. They couldn't understand that, they couldn't comprehend that. It took them coming to the island, realizing that, for example, rebuilding a road and putting a toll on an island that basically has, you know, 5 main roads is not going to work, it's not feasible. It doesn't fit the context. And so having a clear understanding of circumstances and needs and having a secretary that's able to do that is quite important. I think also is the limited data and limited capacity. And that was one of the principles in the developing country constituency submission. And I really want us to figure out a way not only to have a principle on this, but have to have clear instructions in the governing instrument that we cannot go down the route that we went down with a number of the climate funds, especially the Green Climate Fund, in the context of the type of burdensome data requirements that, for example, are impossible to meet. Because, for example, many of the countries around the table that are developing countries weren't even countries to have that historical data anyways. We can't, I guess, create that historical data. And so the ability for the fund to have a clear understanding that global IPCC data, regional data, as well as traditional and local knowledge on the issues where if our communities are saying that this area has been impacted by hurricanes X amount of years and it's been increasing over 10 or 20 years, that they understand, and the fact that it's not in a Western-oriented report, scientific report, they can take, for example, their video submission, that this is their testimonial on their traditional knowledge of this being their experience. So these are some clear principles that we do need to emphasize and have an understanding. And I just want to highlight again that it's quite crucial for colleagues to engage with the developing country proposal that we've made in the different principles. And I hope that we can have that kind of ping-ponging, as you said, with 1 minute of the different proposals if there are any concerns. Thanks a lot.
Makai, we're also looking forward to the ping pong happening, so again, to reminder from that. Thank you, Makai. So colleagues, I actually am going to close my list. Let me just go through who I have as Heike, Dan, Jean-Christophe, Adal, Haja, Christina, Mohammed, Jaime, Sanam, and Angela. My sense is that's quite a lot. I would be flexible for developed countries if you want to respond to the comments by your colleagues, but also you have the two-hand option to intervene if you need to be. So thank you very much. Heike, over to you.
Thank you very much, Richard. Good morning, colleagues. I try to not to take too much time. Let me start out by saying that we are looking forward to make progress during the next 2 days, even more on the full mandate of the TC, and we certainly are here as the Irish-German seat to work constructively with all of you to make progress here and come up to joint recommendations that make sense for particular vulnerable countries, and also make maybe the incoming COP presidency happy, if Hannah would hear me. So this is our objective. But now on content and the principles. The key principle for us is also reflected in the Sharm decision. By responding to loss and damage, we, for the fund, have to focus on priority gaps that support and complement funding arrangements, and that we have to deliver for the particular vulnerable countries. And this is also something in respect to fragility that we have to have in mind to find solutions for those specific vulnerable contexts. A third element I would like to mention and support others who spoke about it as well, and maybe we can skip the country ownership part coming up, because country ownership, working through country systems and with a programmatic approach is also a key principle from our perspective. So that would mean then that the fund is really targeted on scope and also on vulnerable countries. And it needs to be functioning for today and also for the future in 5, 10, and 20 years. So we have to be really careful in what we set up. It must work today, as I said, and start also with a structure, with an institution, with processes that are nimble and reflect the situation as a starting point. Some have been speaking to a dynamic fund, and that means also that the board, with the guidance of the CMA, has the authority to build this as we move forward, and have to reflect again on thematic areas, have to look at the data, at the IPCC reports on what is really needed, where are the priority gaps now. And therefore we will need, of course, administrative and institutional structures that are fit for purpose. We will need to have safeguards in place. I fully support the notion of transparency and accountability. That is also important. And we need to be dynamic also in the sense of sources. So definitely we will need funds to make to cover the priority gaps for the particular vulnerable countries. And we need to be open, and this need to be reflected in the structure, to all sources. And the sources may vary over time. So the fund might not close out possible innovative and other sources coming in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Heike. So I just want to make a quick question to you and then just make a comment. So, I mean, my sense from your intervention is that you were talking less about principles, but about the scope and other things. It wasn't clear to me, but we can have that conversation. And then I just wanted to make a comment about, because this is coming up time and time again, about the selecting one body over another, right? And we understand that this is a position that may be a full position of developed countries or certain developed countries, but I just want to make it clear from my side as co-chair here, I have to stick to a decision, right? And that was 2 decisions by 2 bodies, right? So I will not be in a position at all to reflect only a CMA, right? It's a COP CMA in our report. If the parties wish to maintain this discussion about that there's only one governing body, I would really request you that this is a matter left to those governing bodies to determine themselves. It's not a part of our mandate to then select, because we had 2 decisions, a COP decision and a CMA decision, and they said the same thing, and both of those bodies established the fund, both of those bodies established the TC, both of those bodies gave us a mandate. So we have to respect that we're reporting to both bodies. It's very, very, I think it would be very, very complicated for us to have an outcome here if we now use this forum to take a decision that, in fact, it's only one body now. Now, I understand that's the position, and I fully respect that. I don't agree with it, but this is not our job. Our job is to be clear that we're reporting back to both bodies. If at that level, and Hannah, when they assume their position as the presidency wishes to facilitate that discussion, then we should leave it there. So I would ask that we all respect the decisions coming from both bodies, because I really don't want to have our work break down because of this issue, and I really don't believe that it's our mandate to take that decision. But as I say, if that's the position, then let us rather deal with that when the 2 bodies are together, because it's their decision, not ours. So thank you very much on that one. Next on my list is Dan.
Thank you, and good morning, colleagues. I think principles are really important to shaping the characteristics and underlying elements of a global fund. Principles are important because you can reference them in support of decision making. They're important because they help to shape an overview of the intent of the fund. And though some, from a legal perspective might think that, principles are not always easy to operationalize or litigate in practice, I think they're very important, especially in the context of a global fund that is looking to address this scale of challenge. Also, as the fund will evolve with time, these principles provide particular weight in anchoring its intent. And I think that's also really important given that we can see the dynamic risk that we face. So I would also like to reiterate and express full support for the principles and the conceptual basis of the principles in the developing country submission, which together reflect a very clear vision for this fund. Noting the sheer number of countries and contexts that have found common ground with these principles, I think it's really important to engage on them and to be clear on the linkages between these principles and the key concepts within the submission. The anchoring of this fund, given its importance under the Convention and the Paris Agreement, means that it can also draw on those respective principles which help to bring alignment with the fund with other mechanisms and pieces of this broader climate regime and its work streams. Of course, the premise must be responsive to country needs and circumstances, and we've established consensus on this and throughout our conversations that climate change is experienced, its impacts at a localized level. This is a global problem, but really loss and damage is very much a localized and directly experienced in different ways. The use of national systems and existing regional systems and financial mechanisms as expressed, we feel this speaks to what we would see a key element of the comparative advantage of this fund. We know there's inherent problems with the one-size-fits-all approaches, structural and fundamental issues with existing funding arrangements, to the point that we find it difficult to even identify them. And this links to the next principle, which speaks to transparency, accountability, and minimizing of transaction costs, which we feel is of particular importance to ensuring the ability to maximize the impact of funding, which will be primarily sources of funds, sources from grant-based public finance. The dynamic element of the fund, noting that the question that focus we just had I think is in part reflected in para 14 in the developing country proposal. This speaks to the scaling up of the fund and the need for the board to have the mandate to make adjustments to the way in which the fund operates as circumstances change. This is also a major point of difference to existing funds and also what I think contributes to the comparative advantage that should be guiding our intent. Overall, I think that the principles collectively provide quite a clear directive, and it will be important to see that these principles can be reflected in all sort of submissions that build on these concepts. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Next on my list is Jean-Christophe. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Richard. Good morning, colleagues. I will be referring to the submission I made to this, for this meeting in order to help find common ground on our way forward. Actually, there are 7 principles in the submission I made. I will pick 3 of them and make a comment on the very good point raised by Avinash earlier on. And to be frank, bearing in mind the urgency of the situation, these principles are less principle but more operational guidance in order for the fund and the funding arrangement to be able to deliver efficiently and very quickly. The first one is the target of the fund and the funding arrangement. It is, to me, important that the target will be the most vulnerable population and ecosystems, and particularly the seeds and the LDCs. The second one is the country ownership. It's clear that the fund shall be country-driven, based on country priorities, and directly accessible. And to me, to echo what Eike just said, programmatic approach will be a key enabler of the country ownership. I will come back on that later this morning. The third principle is the speed of delivery. And there is no way the fund can deliver on the mandate if it's not delivered in speed. That we know that countries, most vulnerable countries, are facing major difficulties right now. So the speed of delivery will be, for me, a key marker of the recommendation we have to make. And I will call on colleagues around this table to consider on every recommendation we are going to make, whether or not they allow for a speed delivery of support for the most vulnerable countries. Finally, the comment I want to make on the average point, where you say Avinash has got out, but he rightly mentioned the fact that there are gaps or limitations in the global architecture. Many actors are trying to respond to the needs of the most vulnerable country in relation with loss and damage. In my proposal, the fund should try to correct and these limitations, try to support the funding arrangement in order for them to have a better offer to make to the most vulnerable country and to respond to their needs in a more appropriate way. That's it, Richard, for me. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Jean-Christophe. So just, so something that's been raised with me by my developing country constituency is this. I just want to get clarity from you. So you're saying that, I mean, the way you've linked the principles with both the fund and the funding arrangements, right? But we're just talking here about the principles for the fund, but they do equally apply to the funding arrangements. So can we try, I mean, so we understand what you're saying would apply both, but I mean, but in the context of this discussion right now, we're just talking about the fund, and that we understand that equally those principles would apply to others. Just because colleagues are getting confused when we mix things too close together, I don't think we've got to that yet discussion. Maybe this afternoon we'll have that discussion on the funding arrangement. So I just wanted to be clear on that one. And then again, I want to just go back to this, because again, I'm being asked time and time again. Yes, Heike.
I don't want to interrupt you. I was patiently just testing the new...
It's a good test, because I was about to go on to another issue, but on this issue, please go ahead.
No, sorry for interrupting you, Co-Chair. That was not the intention. But I wanted to ask you specifically, and being interactive, I understood at least Jean-Christophe's point, and I meant my point relating to funding arrangements targeted as a principle for the fund to interact in a efficient, complementary way with the funding arrangement. So from this perspective, I think this principle belongs to the fund. And I just wanted to check if you share this understanding.
I think I understand that clearly, that we would have a set of principles, although they may be contained in. Can I? You can go. Can I finish? No, go ahead, Mohammed. I'll come in. Just.
I was going to to comment or provide my views, but if we are allowing this kind of exchange, which is very important, to be very clear, very clear. 1 minute. We are not here again, as you said, on the COP and the CMA. We are not here also to redefine eligibility, and this is very important. And what I'm seeing now is defining eligibility not only for this fund, but
Okay, we're back. Sorry, Mohammed, please continue with your 1 minute.
okay. So very quickly again, we are also not defining the eligibility here, coming and saying it's only specific groups of countries. From our point of view, it is communities in climate vulnerable situations, which can be dealt with through triggers. And the clear mandate that I'm looking at on the decision does not provide anything on fragility, does not provide anything on eligibility, specific eligibility, or identifying eligibility. Just wanted to highlight these two things. And on the programmatic approach, I think this needs further discussion on what exactly do we mean by that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was a bit of a test. I think Mohammed said what I was going to say, so thank you, Heike, for. But my answer to your question is, yes, I understand that we would have a set of principles that may be located in the terms of reference of the fund, but they would we'd expect them to equally apply to everybody, right? Because you can't say under the fund we want principle of country ownership or principle of avoiding indebtedness, but then allow that to happen under the funding arrangements. I think the concern that's being raised with me, and I will discuss it this afternoon, is I don't think that there's a common understanding of the relationship between the fund and the funding arrangements. So what I'm telling you is that colleagues are raising with me, and I don't have an answer for them. So I'll throw that back to you, but maybe you can deal with it in the afternoon session. So I hope I've answered your question, Heike. Next on my list is Adao, please.
Thank you very much, Richard, and good morning, friends and colleagues. First of all, let me associate my fully support to the principles listed by the developing countries' consistency. I think those are acceptable for us. And I just want to add a few points. Firstly, Climate Justice Fund is key to address and respond loss and damage affected by the impact of climate change, both extreme weather events and also slow onset events. For recovery, rehabilitation and reconstruction and restoration issues, those are listed in our past decision 2 CP27. I think we need to be clear about this one. And secondly, I also would like to support the views of not providing additional debt and loans, additional burden to the LDCs and other developing countries. I think that's also another one. And my third point is accountability issues to the COP and CMA, since this fund was established by both COP and CMA. And also, of course, transparency issues will be assured, and also direct access with regard to direct national budget support is also one of the critical issues that we need to consider under these principal issues. And also, fifth for purpose is also a very good one. And then fifth, I think, new and additional. I could say new to the current ODA and current funding arrangement or funds that are taking place at the moment. It should be new or an additional to the existing one. So I think those are key issues. But lastly, we are facing some difficulties to get financial resources when financial providers are asking us about data. So data for developing countries are quite limited, especially from LDCs. So data and availability will be not part of criteria. So we need to have flexibility in place. I think this is critically important for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Adar. So let me just clarify who's on my list. I have Hadja, Christina, Mohammed, Jaime, Sanam, Angela. That was my original list, and then I have added Yingzi, Debbie, and Makai again. So let's try and wrap this up, colleagues. So Hadja, you have the floor.
Thank you, Richard. Good morning, colleagues. Well, my developing country colleagues have already mentioned a lot. And in addition to that, I would just like to highlight that we are unfortunately approaching the threshold of the 1.5 degree world. And so we really need to keep this in mind going forward. And so we need the fund to be up and running ASAP. The fund will need to be open, flexible, responsive, and inclusive and innovative. It needs to increase the scale of its financial resources over time And so the fund will need to facilitate and maximize finance from a range of sources, including private sector as a secondary source, allow for the scaling up of finance to address loss and damage, to adapt dynamically to changing drivers of demand and evolving needs, and to urgently and adequately respond to the needs and priorities of the developing countries, and to be able to utilize a range of financing options. I'll keep it short. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Haja. Christina, you're next. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Richard. Just to start out with, in terms of structure, it's just a proposal to combine the objectives and guiding principles into one section, as we did with the, for example, with the GCF governing instrument, in large part because I think I think the first paragraph of our governing instrument should be the objective, and as we put forward in our submission, that or the purpose comes from our Sharm el-Sheikh decision and mandate, which, in previous conversations, I think we've been using scope, objective, and purpose maybe to say the same thing, but to reflect the same paragraphs that we're talking about in the Sharm decision. In the submission that we put forward, we have a paragraph 3 in the objectives section, so that's why I was also thinking we could have it be objectives and guiding principles. And so I just wanted to highlight some of what's in that paragraph 3 here. One, and a lot of it is been said by others, which is good in terms of some areas of convergence. One is that the fund is to operate in a transparent and accountable manner, and be guided by efficiency and effectiveness. And I think this is reflective of the point I heard Dan say in terms of making sure we're maximizing our resources. Acknowledging the importance of new, additional, adequate, and predictable financial resources. We also think a principle should be the fund should catalyze finance at both international and national levels. It should pursue a country-driven approach and promote and strengthen engagement at the country level through effective involvement of relevant institutions and stakeholders. Another principle could be the fund should be scalable and flexible. And this gets at the dynamic nature of the fund that we've been talking about. The fund should also strive to maximize the impact of the funding while promoting environmental, social, economic, and development co-benefits and taking on a gender-sensitive approach. And I just wanted to underscore the gender piece of this, which is quite important. I think there are a lot of, based on sort of what we put in that paragraph 3 in our submission, I hear a lot of alignment in what's been said, but I also hear there might be potential divergences as well. I don't, right now, what I'm hearing and what I saw in the G77 submission, sorry, I'm getting distracted, is a reference to principles of the convention in Paris. And it was really helpful to hear from you, Mateus, for you to break down the specifics of what principles you are referring to. So what I took down was, we're talking about eligibility, sources, equity, and CBDR. So I wanted to go through each one, because for the purposes of our discussion, I think it's important just to break down each one of those elements when you're describing that sort of one paragraph. On eligibility, I refer you to paragraph 18 of our submission. We would want the eligibility to be all developing countries that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse impacts of climate change. That was what was in our Sharm decision, and hopefully is not contentious. On sources, you've heard our view on sources, and the submission shows one paragraph that reflects that the fund should be able to receive a wide range of sources. Yesterday, I read out what we've been exploring as a potential language for, we put a placeholder in the submission recognizing that there was going to be diverging views. We've heard the diverging views. And our placeholder, what the language we would suggest in that second paragraph would be the COP-CMA inviting parties in a position to do so, parties with capacity to do so, ready to do so, open to the noun to contribute. I want to respond to the point that has been raised about historical responsibility. We agreed to the agenda item that launched this decision in Sharm el-Sheikh. We agreed with the understanding, we as all parties agreed to this agenda item with the understanding that this is about cooperation and it does not involve liability and compensation. So we would not see a place for reference to historical responsibility in the outputs of this TC's work and what we would consider and adopt in Dubai, regardless of where it is, principal section or not. On the issue of equity, I'd like to understand the purpose and implications of having equity as a principle, and I'd like to use terminology that spells it out more clearly. If this is a desire for the fund to take into account national capacities, constraints, and debt sustainability, I'd propose we make that clear rather than be ambiguous about it. The issue of whether we cite principles from the convention, which include CBDR, since CBDR was raised, is very much linked to other parts of this negotiations, and there's no doubt that the extent to which people are citing CBDR to mean capacities differ, and developing countries with capacity challenges need support. We fully agree with that. That's the whole point of this exercise. If it's being cited because we've decided what the donor base is, we disagree with that because we have not. And we can't agree in advance to cite principles in advance without knowing how other aspects of this is being resolved. Richard, just a final point. When you said that it's clear in your mind that principles that we would agree to in the fund would apply to the funding arrangements, I would just suggest we go principle by principle before concluding that they apply. One example is this question Mo raised about programmatic approaches, and I would think that if we are thinking about humanitarian assistance as part of the funding arrangements, it's not a programmatic approach per se. So let's just go principle by principle before concluding that it would just be an equal application. Thanks.
Thank you, Christina. So I think when we looked at the submission, and this is in response to your question of can we put it all together in one paragraph, one of the concerns that's come to me from the developing country TC members, but also from our broader constituency of G77 is this thing looks very similar to the GCF governing instrument. So it may be hard to make it look different, but so we didn't do it in that big paragraph, right? And we've tried to separate from headings so that potentially, given the enormity of this fund, right, and what the task it has to do, and that it is going to be a long-lived fund, that the easier presentation or easier readability of a document in shorter paragraphs, which may make the whole text longer, but it's much easier to read, right? So what we found in our experience in the GCF is these long paragraphs that have like 11, 12 sentences, they dilute very quickly the very important details of things, and often those details get looked over, which is why the developing country submission had, I think, 15 standalone paragraphs. Most of them are one-liners, right? Because it's clear and we won't be forgotten. So it was much more of a communication tool than anything else. But we can look at how we structure the document. I think my preference will still be to have things separately. It's a little bit about what Heike said earlier, which I didn't respond to, which is, if we have a principle on country ownership, can we just combine the country ownership discussion to that? And the answer is no, because the section, at least in the developing country submission on country ownership, is much more about how you would operationalize country ownership rather than it being a principle. So you would have something in the principle, and then in the section that we had submitted as developing countries, it was how it would happen, right? And what were the core things that we felt would need to be. So it is kind of different things. I'm not quite sure I've heard divergences, right, in substance. I'm sorry, I can check my notes and I'll check with Uti, but I've heard different approaches. But divergence says to me, I don't agree with that principle, right, which is strange, right, and I understand that, and I'm going to stop talking, and I think you had a question to Matthias and Mackay around how they were reflecting convention principles, so if, Mohammed, if you just hang on a second, if you want to respond, Mackay and Matthias, very briefly to Christina's questions, please.
Thanks a lot, Richard, and thanks a lot for the question, Christina. I think, so that was one of the principles that I made mention to, but I also made mention to, no one has really discussed it, and it's quite important, and this is why the reference to the convention is quite important, is Article 3.2. So I'll reiterate it. It's the specific needs and special circumstances of developing countries, especially those that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effect of climate change, and of those parties, especially developing countries, that would have to bear a disproportionate and abnormal burden under the convention, and the full consideration that it's given. And so then I linked it back to the concept of equity and how we do this, and the fund operates in a way that it doesn't leave anyone behind. So I understand equity to mean fairness. I did take some notes on what you were highlighting, I think, on equity in relation to national capacity, etc. And so it is in that vein, that operationalizing that no one is left behind, and that, again, you know, sometimes many different countries that I represent do get left behind in that context. And so we do hope to have a principle of equity there that allows all the countries there to make sure that they have a fair share in that context. And I had a question back to Christine on the catalyzing. Yeah, and so a literal ping pong, but it would be good to understand that catalyzing, because it is, I think many colleagues around the table talked about sometimes the perceived risk and the uninvestability in the context of responding and addressing to loss and damage, and what we hope that the catalyzing won't, and making sure that catalyzing is not conditionality, right, in the context of co-financing and these type of things, because this has really and truly hurt us a lot in the context of the GEF, the GCF, etc. So it would be good to get some clarity that we're not creating that sort of mentality of co-financing becoming a conditionality or even a guidance, because even when it's a guidance, it does hinder us as well. So I guess that's the question on that, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to turn these two-hand interventions into bilaterals, but I'm going to ask you to respond on the catalytic, just on that, and then I'll give you the floor, Matthias. Christina?
I did want to, I will respond to Mackay's question, but I also wanted to say, Richard, I was trying to point out areas where I disagreed. So I see divergence because I do not agree with some of the points that were put forward, and I'm happy to repeat them, but I don't want to take up more time. So if you would like them in writing, I can share that with you. But I disagree with your assessment that I was not disagreeing on some issues. So part of all of what we've been discussing about a wide range of sources is really important, and so I would see it really important to reflect that we should be trying to catalyze funding from a wide range of sources for this fund. That's fairly straightforward, I hope, because it's connected to the conversation about a wide range of sources, which we've agreed to in the Sharm decision anyway.
Christina, so just to clarify, I understood that your divergence was in relation to the questions you had asked on the principles of the convention, CBDR, but not on anything else. But anyway, we'll come back. We can take that up bilaterally, and if you want to submit, please do. It will help Oti and I as we go forward. So, Matthias, you have 1 minute, please.
Thank you very much, and also thanks for Christina for her comments. When I mentioned the principles of the convention, I made a specific reference to 3 key areas that I understand are also important for us to have further understanding on how to operationalize these principles in the new fund. On eligibility, we agree with building and actually utilizing the Sharm el-Sheikh language, but with the understanding that this Sharm el-Sheikh language, it's already in the Paris Agreement, was already utilized by other operating entities and other vertical funds that relates to the Convention and the Paris Agreement, including the GCF and the Adaptation Fund, without excluding any developing countries to access any resources of this fund. So the idea of developing countries that are particularly vulnerable to climate change does not exclude any constituency of developing countries or any regions, because my understanding, and this is the understanding of developing countries submission, is that all developing countries are eligible and no differentiation should be done in this regard. Perhaps what I should further comment, and this is where I understand that there is divergence on views, is that CBDR also applies to the sources. We have to be very clear right here that the Convention and the Paris Agreement establish different responsibilities when it comes to the provision and mobilization of climate finance, and that we are expecting developed countries to provide a significant amount of resources to the loss and damage fund that is going to be established. This is not to say that the fund should not have complementarity when it comes to other sources of finance. And again, my position on that is that we should not close the door for these other innovative sources of finance, but we have to see the feasibility and the impact of those in the short and long term. But again, I understand that this may be a source of divergent. We are ready to engage on that, but to be very clear that we understand that the CBDR applies here to sources of finance on the fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthias. So there we go. Thank you very much, colleagues, for that interactive discussion. Next on my list is Mohammed, followed by Jaime, Sunam, Angela, Yingzi, Debbie, Makai, and then Hannah, did you want to come in? Okay, thank you. So Mohammed, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Richard. And again, like Christina, I was always looking at the governing instrument of the Green Climate Fund, the GCF, and it is important. I also fully agree with you that it has to be brought into smaller number of lines, fully in agreement and full support of the developing countries' submission on the guiding principles. And in that, I would just go through what I think is important, that if we think from the cluster's point of view of the guiding principles and the elements that should be there. First, we need to be very clear that this is an operating entity of the financial mechanism. And the second one is the reference of the principles of the Paris Agreement and the Convention should be highlighted. We can do it in a generic approach like what we had in the GCF, which does not really go in details, and then the different elements that we might have issues with could be brought later. The third component is very clear, which is the eligibility, and this is where I'm saying again, we agreed in Sharm el-Sheikh on the eligibility, and we should not be redefining eligibility through working through the TC. And for this seat, trying to redefine eligibility under different formats, be it dynamic aspects, be it like the evolution, be it so and so. No, for us this is very clear. All developing countries are eligible, and we are talking about communities in climate vulnerable situations. And this is very relevant to the loss and damage component. Another element of that relates to eligibility is the country ownership, and to be in line with the country needs. This is a very important element that has to be reflected. Again, we need also to highlight in the principles or in this section the issue of the products. So this fund will be providing what we again agreed to, which is a predictable resources. It will catalyze additional resources. No, I wait until you finish. It's no problem. Just finish and then I'll go on. Can I go on now? Just to make sure, because maybe the Secretariat is not capturing the right elements. I can submit it if you want.
Submit things that make my life much easier. Thank you, Mohammed. Please
Another
continue.
element is very important, which is the additionality. So this fund will be providing new and additional resources. This is an important element to be captured in the guiding principle, similar to what we had already in the GCF. And then on the deliverables, and again, or the products, we mentioned that before. We have three elements or three sectors or three responses. One is slow onset events, and another one relates to ensuring the sustainability of the livelihoods of the impacted communities, and the third one is maybe the programmatic approach to assist in the reconstruction and rehabilitation. So we have three main products that this fund should be responding and providing to. The role, it should be also responding to economic and non-economic losses. All of those elements, as per the SHARM outcome, should be included. Sources, again, we have sources in paragraph 13 of the SHARM decision. Then I have some issues with what was mentioned before. The dynamic aspect, I don't understand it. I read it in the GCF very clearly. The dynamic aspect there is that it is a learning institution that will be guided by the processes of monitoring and evaluation, while some colleagues yesterday were talking about a different aspect of dynamism, which we do not support, which is focusing on some and then maybe expanding to others. This is not the dynamic aspect as we understand. It is evolving with the evolving nature of loss and damage, and not evolving with the evolving number of countries. So it is the evolving nature of loss and damage. Three elements that were mentioned that I have major concerns and I wouldn't be working with. The term fragility, because we haven't had that in any of the decisions, and I'm not sure that what do we mean by the fragility thing or fragile countries. This is not the term that we have been using. Targeted support. My understanding and target support, as was mentioned now by the communities in climate vulnerable situations and the impacted communities and all developing countries that are particularly vulnerable. Priority gaps, yes, we can refer to it there, but in terms of that this fund is complementing or dealing with the gaps that we have in the current structure, which again, as part of the Sharm el-Sheikh outcome. On the programmatic approach, I think it can make sense when we are talking about supporting or enhancing resilience for slow onset events. It makes sense when we're talking about the programs for rehabilitation reconstruction. But for me, it does not fit when we're talking about support for the livelihood of impacted communities on, again, my T+1 week thing. So I don't see it where the programmatic approach will fit into this for those communities who are impacted, to support them beyond the humanitarian support of having temporary shelter. So I don't know where the programmatic support will fits here. Of course, the issue of the speed of delivery, we agree on that. Christina mentioned the maximized impact of funding and working on efficiency effectiveness. While efficiency effectiveness of the process makes sense, but impact of funding, it is totally different than the GCF. GCF, we're talking about adaptation and mitigation. So if you're talking about impact in terms of reducing emissions or a number of population, percentage of population benefiting from a development-related or climate-related program makes sense. But maximizing impact in terms of loss and damage, should we be giving money to a bigger community and not to a smaller community, although both of them are impacted? This is, when we talk about maximizing impact, for me, it is not very clear. So I wouldn't be including something that is ambiguous and might lead to wrong policies taken by the board when it is there. Again, the issue of debt sustainability, this is an important component, and I think we can work on language that. I think, Christina, you mentioned the issue of debt sustainability to be included when we talk about things. Final thing on the sources, as I said, paragraph 13 is clear, and we can work from that. Thank you again.
You look like a FIFA World.
I'm fine. Good morning, colleagues. Just a couple of questions for Mo, if I may, just to help my understanding of things. Mo, you made reference to the fund ultimately being an operating entity of financial mechanism, which isn't captured in the submission under principles. It's in purpose, but because it was something that we discussed earlier in the week, if you could just spend a short amount of time explaining to me why that is a sort of essential requirement, because I've listened closely over the course of the last couple of days, and I still don't understand it. So that's question one. And question two relates to this, I think, divergence with respect to the way in which the fund or funding arrangements will ultimately work with developing countries. Because My interpretation of the decision that we took in Sharm with respect to the reference to particularly vulnerable is I think different than what you are saying and what Matthias is saying. I'm not suggesting there's divergence with respect to eligibility necessarily, but certainly in terms of the priority focus, I think that there may be divergence, and I would like to just have a bit of an explanation as to how that form of words is being understood by Ambassador Mohammed and or Matthias, if that is the representative view of developing countries, because I am confused. Thank you.
David, so Mohammed, you can respond to that for 1 minute. I don't want to turn this into an eligibility discussion, but I think, David, it's safe to say that those views expressed are the views of our entire constituencies, as the language is not Sharm language, it's convention language. And we've applied that language for a long time.
So my question is for Mohammed, not you, Richard, but I thank you for opining. And no, it is in the Sharm language. My point is not about where it's derived from. My point is that is in the decision we took in Sharm. And my interpretation of what those words mean, I think, is different. And I just want to understand clearly, if I can, from those that are offering a view, what their interpretation is. Thank you.
Thanks, David. So I was expressing the view as the developing country co-chair, confirming that it's a constituency view. Mohammed would get into the details of the substance. Mohammed, 1 minute. I'm not turning this into a discussion on eligibility. This is an issue of principle, so please, 1 minute.
Thank you so much. Again, on the why it is part of the it is part of the financial mechanism, simply that we explained this in details at the beginning, and you have 3 forms. You have operating entities, you have a governing instrument for a fly alone fund. This fund is envisaged by some that it will be sitting or supported by a big financial institution, and it has to have its own independence, so it is totally independent. It is not working under the institution's policies, it is working under the COP and the CMA policies and guiding principles. You cannot change things if you have a governing instrument that is there, or for a separate fund like the GCF. You cannot change eligibility and other relevant programmatic approaches for the adaptation fund because it is under the authority of the KP. But if you allow this fund to be under the authority of the COP and the CMA, I can let go of this operating entity. So if you agree on the authority, that's fine, I can live with that. But without the authority, then it has to be an operating entity because it gives the assurance of eligibility and program and the programs and the principles. On the issue of particularly vulnerable, so what I'm hearing from you, David, is like Pakistan is not eligible to get any support. So we are thinking that the Pakistani people who are under water for a year now, they shouldn't be benefiting from such a mechanism that we are looking at. Or maybe if, as Avinash was saying, if they are like middle income countries that the World Bank and others don't see them eligible for such a support, then they are not eligible for funding from this fund. If the same country has moved from being a small island developing state to be a landlocked country, they are not eligible to, I mean, this is your interpretation of having only SIDS. I mean, this is what is being said, SIDS and LDC. So if you have a middle-income country that is a mountainous country, which has landslides, then unfortunately they are not eligible because their people do not qualify from your point of view as people who should be there. So our approach to it, this is very clear. So our approach to it is very simple. It is triggers. So triggers takes into consideration all the vulnerabilities that we mentioned, be it economic vulnerability, the small populations and others. So if your approach to it is not by groupings of countries, but rather on triggers that will take into consideration all the elements that we have mentioned, the capacity of the country to deal with the crisis, the number of population, their economic development, all of this will be dealt with through triggers, but not through groupings. So this is where the things comes in. Our understanding from particularly vulnerable, all developing countries are particularly vulnerable. I don't think it's easy for a country to come and ask for support when they are facing a major loss and damage from a climate-related disaster, unless they don't have the capacity. I mean, it is not something that countries are happy with, politicians are happy with. Let's go and ask international community to support us. So instead of having groupings of countries, as was mentioned by some, we should have triggers which makes it more reflective of the particularity of vulnerability. So by the way, I didn't mean that you are undermining the Pakistani or others. I just like highlighted that the interpretation of what is presented by some, saying it should be focused on groups of countries. Again, this takes the issue of vulnerability, which is economic or position vulnerability, does not take the issue of climate-relevant vulnerability. So our approach, or my approach, is triggers that we can work on, which has been done, and will make it for those who are in landlocked middle-income countries, for those like in Pakistan and other places, they see that this is catering for all developing countries. Thank you.
Mohammed, you've just redefined the nature of counting what a minute is. So like that's like an Egyptian minute of like 350 seconds, right? Thank you. No, David, I'm sorry. I was very clear to you. But what is the rule? What is your point of order?
My point of order is Mo, and I'm very grateful for Mo's response. It was very useful to me and did in fact answer my question. But Mo made an assertion about my position with respect to eligibility, and I don't want that to stand because that is not my position with respect to eligibility. And I just wanted to set the record straight, which is my prerogative as a member of this committee, Richard.
Yes, you're correct. It's a prerogative, but it's not a point of order, and we'll ask the Secretary to make sure that David's statement is reflected on. Point of order is a procedural problem that the co-chairs are not following procedure, right? And we're following procedure. So I understand your point. Colleagues, the eligibility discussion, we'll park it somewhere else and we'll come back to it. So thank you very much, everybody. Next on my list I have Jaime, Sanam, Angela, Yingzi, Debbie, Mikaya, and Hannah. And colleagues, we have to finish in 21 minutes. So please, Georg. Colleagues, we need to have some discipline.
It's been up for a long time. Sorry, it's been up for a long time.
Chairs to give people the floor. If we don't see you, it's an error. Please don't lecture me. I'll put you on the list, but I was clear just now that my list had closed after Hannah. So I'm being very flexible and generous. Thank you. Jaime.
Well, thank you for giving me the floor and give an example of a Dutch minute. I'll stay well be under it, as I actually have more minutes than 1 minute. No, just to say that, you know, Heike and Jean-Christophe has clearly stated, Heike, all the points that I wanted to make, and Jean-Christophe, the sense of urgency. But just to respond, it could have been a two-hand thing, that's why the minute. On Mikai and Matthäus, it definitely, the idea is not exclude, but to prioritize, and that's what the Sharm el-Sheikh language does. So what we often discussing, which seems to exclude countries, is to make sure that we are prioritizing the most vulnerable, those countries that cannot support their own population in the situation of loss and damage. So just to make that clear, so it's an aspiration to leave no one behind, but it's an obligation to help those most in need. I just want to make that clear. And then what's so important also, your point you made, that no funding source of no country and no sector is excluded, because that would be going in the way of that goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jaime. So colleagues, please be like Jaime and be short and brief. Thank you. Sanam and then Angela.
Thank you, Richard. I'll also be very short. I support the developing countries' submission in terms of principles. I think there are 14 of them there, and I will just emphasize, I'm not going to create any new principles, just emphasize a few of them under governance, under, I'd say, country rights and financials. In terms of the governance, I believe what's very important is that it operates under the principles of the Convention and Paris Agreement. That's very important for us. The other is the fund as the central coordinator of funding arrangements. This is under the governance part. Under the country rights, it should be country-driven and responsive to country needs and circumstances. I think that's also very important. And also, wherever possible, seek to use existing and regional systems and financial mechanisms. That's important. The other important principle is direct access and quick disbursement through event-based triggers and the programmatic approach for budgetary support. I think that's also very important for us. In terms of the financials, I think the financial resources should be predictable, new, additional, adequate and significant. I think that's in our submission. And in terms of the sourcing, it should be primarily from public financing. That also should be predictable and additional. And in terms of, again, for the countries, it should be given as grants, so it should be non-debt creating. I think that's also very important for us. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you very much, Sunam. Angela, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Richard, and good morning, colleagues. I will try to be brief, but I just want to react in terms of the comment on the comments made. First of all, let me highlight that we fully support the submission made by all developing countries constituency. And on the principles, let me say that for sure we fully support the principle to ensure that no one is left behind. But we have a different interpretation in terms of no one is left behind. Let me highlight that the decision is very clear. The fund is for all developing countries, and I fully support the comments made by Ambassador Mohammed in the sense that the targeting should be based on an event-based approach. We are not talking about particularities of group of country. We are willing to discuss triggers based on a magnitude or scientific criteria linking events to climate change, which the IPCC has, as well as ecosystem services, biodiversity losses, not economic losses, but we are opposed to a country-based criteria for targeting, and that this is a unified G77 position. So the principle of leaving no one behind is different. And also it's linked to the principle of equity and solidarity. So we are not the main emitters on this. So we would like to see this as part of the principle with an equity approach. I would like also to support the comments made by Brazil in the sense that the fund, that the principles of the convention and its Paris Agreement should be part of it, and it's clear for us that it's not in a question the governance of this decision. The governance of the decision is the COP and CMA, so we need to keep that, and the G77 or the developing country constituency in our submission highlighted that, and we see the fund as an operating entity of the financial mechanism. We also support the principle in terms of that the fund will operate in a transparent and accountable manner through effective and efficient arrangements and seeking to minimize transaction costs. It's something that was highlighted by Mikhail, and it's part of our G77 position. The fund, of course, will be grant-based. We are open to have also a financial or other range of financing options, but the grant base by developed countries is really key for us, and replenishment, of course. The fund will need to be open, flexible, responsive, and innovative, and increase the scale of its financial resources over the time. Let me finalize my intervention saying that the procedures will be simple, clear, and effective. The fund will aim to minimize bureaucratic obstacles, because we are facing that in other funds like the GCF. We do not have the capacity to apply to the funds, so we need to find a way to facilitate the process of access of resources and avoid excessive burdens on developing countries. And just to finalize, because I think most of the things were raised by developing countries, is the debt. I think it's important to not create more indebtedness in developing countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Angela. So to the developed country colleagues, many of the principles that Angela raised, particularly around this avoiding bureaucracy, are based on the experiences, current experiences, and therefore the really important nature of listing them as I think, Matthias, you called it a beacon. I think others called them, Dan, you called it something I've just forgotten, but you also called it a beacon of things. So thank you very much. Next on my list is Yingzi, followed by Devi, and then Makai coming back. So Yingzi.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I'm afraid I cannot keep up with the speed Jaime made, so please bear with me. First, I would like to echo, many of my developing countries colleagues mentioned a very valuable and important principle I will not repeat. And also my colleagues underscored why and how important the fund should have the principle here. So I would like to highlight 4 points here. The first one, the new fund and its arrangement shall be accountable to and guided by the COP and CMA. The first one. The second principle is the establishment of the fund and fund arrangement should follow the principle of the Convention and its Paris Agreement, ACT, CBDR, ACTA. And in this case, I also echoed very much to Matteo's opinion. Second is about the eligibility, that all developed countries are acceptable to this fund. And I also echo Ambassador Moore and Angela's comment on that, but I want to give more colors on this point. I want to stress that each individual and life is equal in front of the disasters brought by climate change. Each one enjoys equal human rights. The eligibility criteria of the new fund should be determined by the principle of the Convention and its Paris Agreement, considering the objective of the fund. So the objective of the new fund should acute focus on as much as possible on the needs of developed countries already suffering, like Pakistan, and particularly vulnerable to vulnerable countries. Regarding the vulnerability and the vulnerable countries, the Convention Article 4, 4.8 and 4.9 have articulated, so all developed countries are vulnerable. Accordingly, all developed countries should be eligible to receive sources from the fund. My last point is that exploring innovative sources and instruments that should be feasible and within the mandate of the UNFCCC. I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Yingzi. Again, colleagues, we will have the discussion on eligibility elsewhere. I believe it was raised, so I'm not saying don't speak to it, but please, we're trying to focus on principles here. Jean-Christophe, you're the one who raised this issue, and now you've confused our discussion. So, colleagues, please, let's park the issue of eligibility to when we get to it. If we have it all over again, we're going to have eligibility discussions and everything. So, thank you very much. Debbie, you have the floor.
Thank you, Richard. So to agree that we're going to need a very strong section on overarching principles, and I agree also with the suggestion for the structure to combine principles and purpose into one section. Lots been said that I agree with. On flexible and dynamic, it would, I think, be useful to hear at a later point from colleagues who've mentioned this so that we all understand what each other are meaning. I certainly think the fund needs to be able to respond to emerging challenges, country needs, and indeed emerging evidence of what's working most effectively. So I can see a strong need for flexible and dynamic. In addition, I'd like to underscore the importance of having a country-driven approach, promoting and strengthening direct engagement at the country level, and indeed, where appropriate, at local level, through effective involvement of relevant institutions and stakeholders. Secondly, strongly agree the fund should be dynamic and agile in how it should be set up. It's going to need to be scalable, it's going to need to be flexible, and I'd like to suggest it should be a continuously learning institution guided by its monitoring and evaluation and the evidence in order to adapt dynamically to what we know is going to be a really evolving set of circumstances over the next decade. The fund needs to focus on results and needs to be effective. I hope we can all agree the fund's administrative and financial procedures need to be simple, clear, and effective, and obviously adhering to environmental, social, and social safeguards, internationally accepted fiduciary standards, and sound financial management. I'm going to add two more and then circle back on one point. I'd love us to be explicit on harmonisation, that the fund should complement and support existing funding arrangements. And then something that hasn't been mentioned much, but inclusion, that the fund should recognise the disproportionate impact of climate change on women, on girls, on disabled people, on indigenous people and on other vulnerable groups. And then the last point, I just want to return to the point about scale, and there's been lots of interventions on this. So absolutely agree with the importance of new, additional, adequate, predictable financial resources to developing countries that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse impacts of climate change. In my view, we would want the fund to catalyse finance, frankly, both public and private if we can, because we want to grow the pie. Ideally, it would be able to do that at the international and the national levels. So for me, the fund needs to be sort of open and innovative. Matthias, you talked at the very beginning about responsive, flexible, and innovative. And I hope we can create a fund that's financially innovative, that's thinking about ways to, as I said, grow the pie. We've talked about sources and the importance of public finance. Of course, grant finance is going to be the central part of that. But I think also we will want the fund to be able to use concessional and highly concessional instruments as well. Clearly, it shouldn't, in any cases, create unsustainable debt. That needs to be an absolutely clear principle. But I do think we want it to be able to work in a wide range of financial ways, including innovative ways such as CCDRs, debt swaps, and reweighting debt. Existing debt, helping countries sort of buy down that debt in this space. Potentially also, Richard, you mentioned yesterday, private capital mobilisation. So my point is simply there might be some circumstances in which highly concessional loans are a better option for the fund, particularly, for example, in the case of major infrastructure. And I think, frankly, we want a sort of financial stream agnostic approach where all of that can be taken into account, and then hopefully there can be really serious innovation in this space which grows the pot but also ensures that the grant finance is directed to where it can be most impactful and where it's really needed. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Debbie. So just a quick question. So the catalytic function or the catalyzing function, would that be for everything that we fund? Or just for certain types of responses? So I would imagine it's quite hard to, if you're doing a direct budget support for an immediate response, it's quite hard, so it's more for other things?
Yeah, so I'm not trying to set a tripwire here. It's genuinely, I think the fund ought to be innovative financially so that it can grow the pie and put a whole range of financial instruments at place. The GCS actually done a really, really good job of this, I think, at directing the best concessionality to the right places. And I'd love to give this fund similar flex to be able to be savvy financially. Thanks.
That's very clear. Thank you very much. Next, Makai, you're coming back, so please be brief. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Richard. Just to respond to a couple other colleagues and what they've made. I think that...
Will you speak into the mic, please? Sorry.
Apologies. Is it better? No? Yeah? Yep. Okay. All right. Great. Yep. So, again, on the whole discussion of rightfully so, all developing countries, and I think and it's important to highlight it, but as well, and it links to all the points on inclusivity and vulnerable communities, and note that there's language that the loss and damage track has always had a discussion on, even within those contexts, making sure that the most vulnerable populations and ecosystems that they depend on are the focus, right? As well as a matter of prioritization, so that they can ensure that we can push forward on that basis and prioritize those. So this is this inclusive point that was highlighted. Just want to support again the country ownership and support the PCID submission on this, which talked about this programmatic bottom-up design view on a country level. So it's quite important that that we highlight that and push forward on that basis. And just to reiterate that a clear principle, and we're talking about it, is on the complementarity and the coherence, and to reiterate the role that the fund has as a centerpiece. It's a key principle, and just to support as well the role of the High Impact Council, as has been highlighted by Minister Kaja. So that's all from my end. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Makai. Next on my list is Hannah, followed by Georg. Georg, please go ahead. I've moved you up the list because you shouted at me. So.
Thank you. Thanks, Richard. And sorry for shouting at you. So I obviously agree with a lot of what has been submitted today as principles. I think obviously there's also some of it that needs to be discussed further, but I think we also need to think a bit about, as we go on with this, beyond agreeing on most important principles. I think we also have to think about, the length of list and details of principles and what's needed and practical. I think this issue of country ownership and that action and support should be country-driven. I think it's important for us, and would also like to refer to the developing country submission stating that the fund should ensure a streamlined and efficient operating structure and process, as well as transparency and accountability with a clear results framework. I think the discussion that we've been having a bit back and forth on, that has been termed now, or some of it's termed as eligibility, we might approach that maybe also in a bit different manner. I think it's very clear from the decision from Sharm that what we're setting up has to have a focus and priority on developing countries that are particularly vulnerable, and that's something that has to be, in my view, reflected in the principles that we're setting up also. So there is a reason why this was put in that context in the Sharm decision. But I also think it's important that we ensure that we reflect a focus on the most vulnerable groups as well as their involvement. So in addition to what has been submitted so far, I would also like to add that it is an important principle that the fund should be gender and child responsive, and taking into account the rights of youth and children and their involvement. And finally, also I support the principle that the fund should interact, coordinate and complement the other funding arrangements to secure efficiency in the use of resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Georg. Hannah, you're the last speaker. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chair, Co-Chair, and thanks, colleagues. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all who emphasized the prioritization of the happiness of the incoming presidency. It's certainly appreciated and something that I do believe we will share as a TC and as an overall international community if we get it right. So with that in mind, I would like in this open forum also to re-emphasize the message of the incoming COP President designate. For those who weren't able to catch it at the beginning of the session, it is available on YouTube as well, as I think it applies when we're looking at fulfilling the mandate from Sharm el-Sheikh. It's a very clear mandate that came from the COP and the CMA, so hopefully that answers that question. That came from the COP and CMA to operationalize the fund and funding arrangements in order to respond and address to loss and damage that's already happening. So if we can emphasize the need to deliver that meaningfully and in a way that's not just a gesture, but one that really demonstrates that multilateralism can work, and that this isn't just an empty fund or a dream of a fund or a fund in principle, if I can use a play on words, you'll indulge me on the conversation of the last hour, but rather something that's substantiated and that can actually deliver support and support lives and livelihoods where it's needed in particularly vulnerable countries. So with that in mind, would very much urge the TC to focus on the recommendations to make that real, on making that real. I think we have made a lot of progress in this meeting, but very much hope that we can stick to that mandate and be very, very clear on what it is that we want to put forward in order to fulfill it jointly. So that's my brief plea, and I will also reiterate the thanks for making us all happy. Thanks. Thank you, co-chairs.
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. So it's now 11:05. We'll break for tea. You will be back here at, well, if I say 11:15, you'll be here at 11:30, given the way we treat time. So 11:30, the latest, we will start without you. And we just need to agree and respect time. In terms of, that was a rich discussion. I think we've got some clear directions on how we proceed forward. Utia and I will reflect on what the next steps are in capturing this, but I would say that we are having challenges reflecting things in the notes. It's complicated. So if you do have speaking notes, you can please send them to the Secretariat. It would really assist in accuracy, and it would help us a lot to come back with the reflective notes that people are happy with. I think there's a general discomfort in what we've been trying to do, and again, it's a learning experience for us, so we'll get better at it, but we need you to help. So thank you very much. The session is adjourned. We'll be back at 11:30. Thank you.
Could we kindly check if we have any TC members in the room, and should we have any TC member? So could you please take your seat so that we can start? Okay, let me try again. Do we have a quorum of TC members in the room? And if so, could those TC members kindly join us at the table so that we could get going? Thank you. Okay, could you please take your seats? I think we have the quorum of Transitional Committee members in the room. Perhaps we could also get them on their seats so we could then start. So what we're going to do now is to... Okay, could we limit the number of side conversations that we have in the room? Those TC members not interested in joining a meeting, please. Thank you. So welcome back from your coffee break. So what we're going to do now is going to turn to the next issue, which is country ownership. And again, here we are not looking for lengthy statements. We're not going to debate whether country ownership is a good thing or a bad thing. We all understand it's really a good thing, and we all want to make sure that there is country ownership both in the fund as well as in the funding arrangements. Avinash already said this morning that regarding country ownership, that the interpretation is that actions responding to specific requests by countries, and that's clearly a big part of it. What we will try to capture, and again, you know, we have a lot of work ahead of us. And obviously, Richard and I, we're perfectly happy to draft things. That's not the issue. But I would assume that all of the TC members around the table, you actually want to have inputs and you actually want to influence what we are writing. So from that perspective, we'd like to get very crisp short interventions on what is the specific language that you'd like to have captured on country ownership in the recommendations or indeed in the terms of reference or governing instrument of the fund. So on operationalizing country ownership, how much detail we need, what specifically we need to say, and we'll take it from there. So the floor is open. Dan, thank you.
Thank you, Uti. So, following your instructions, this is the language that I've proposed. The fund should be designed to support and capitalize national systems, funds, and arrangements for addressing loss and damage. Thank you.
Thank you. And also, we welcome those in writing as well to the Secretariat and the co-chairs, just to make sure that we capture the exact wording. Yes, David.
I'm sorry, Uti. Would Dan mind repeating what he just said? Because I just didn't hear. I'm sorry.
No problem. The fund should be designed to support and capitalize national systems, funds, and arrangements for addressing loss and damage.
Yes, Avinash.
I think we have to go, my friend, beyond design to, but following a request. Because I think there may be many attempts to do something that is designed to that may not be actually coming directly from the countries.
Christina, please.
I would say 2 places in the governing instrument. One place would be reflected in the discussion we had in our first session today. We have it in paragraph 3 under objectives, and we had a conversation about is it a separate section on principles or combining objectives and principles, but that the fund is to pursue a country-driven approach and promote and strengthen engagement at the country. It's in the written submission, so you have it. The other place I would see it is under the structure and operational modalities section, and I don't want to repeat for time management, and it's in this submission, but the country ownership is then reflected operationally in terms of how the fund would work with respect to the role of countries and governments in terms of determining, for example, their slow onset response plans or and determining who their implementers are, which can be both national entities and systems as well as subnational entities and systems. But that's to the determination of the country as well as the activities, right? We would want the country to determine what are the activities that are most relevant in the context of those plans. Thanks.
Thank you, Christina. Okay, Heike, Laurence, and Sonam. Heike, please.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I would just like to add to Dan's very short sentence, the programmatic approach.
Thank you. I like the way this is going now. Laurence, please.
Thanks. And since I didn't speak in the first session, also to signal that for Canada, this idea of country ownership is very important. I think the points that were made by Dan are are going to be the part of the catalyst of making this fund different. So fully agree with those and the addition by Heike. I wanted to go back to the point by Avinash, which is that it's also about making sure that each request generates an engagement with the country to actually understand what is needed for that specific response, as opposed to something that is automatically set in a box.
Thank you. Then Sonam, please.
Thank you, Uti. In my understanding, country ownership means that specific activities to which resources will be allocated are not predetermined centrally by the board or the secretariat. While the broad themes may guide the scope of the fund, funding itself should not be earmarked for discrete activities. To ensure country ownership, the fund and that the fund is responsive to our needs as identified by a country, the loss and damage fund should provide direct budget support to designated national ministries in form of grants. Once funded, we can undertake national processes to address loss and damage as appropriate, and the countries will oversee implementations of the activities in a country-driven manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sonam. Mo, please.
Thank you so much. And again, this is, as was mentioned by Christina, it should feature in different places, but in principle, the fund support will be based on the country needs as identified by the country. So this is the country ownership part. It has to be reflective of what the countries have put forward and as highlighted by them. Again, from our point of view, you have specific products, 3 products of the fund, which is one relates to the slow onset and building capacity to deal with the slow onset events, and one relates to the immediate support for livelihoods, and one is the programmatic approach. And the 3 of them has to be country owned, meaning that in the first level of support, this is based on what the countries have put forward in their plans for enhancing their capacity to deal with impacts of climate change, slow onset and extreme. And then the other one is a request from the country itself for direct support for retaining livelihoods of impacted communities. So this is another product, and again, it will be based on a request from the country. And the third one, which is another programmatic, like a programmatic approach, whereby you have the reconstruction and rehabilitation, which again will be based on a country delivering that. So the country ownership is in every level of those 3 products to be provided. So if you want to present it as part of the principles or part of the objectives, so it will be very clear, very generic, saying that it has to follow a country-driven approach, strengthening and promoting the country's capacities, reflecting the country's needs, developing country's needs. This is one, and then it would also provide the support needed by the countries based on the country's request in relation to enhancing or preserving or regaining or enhancing the sustainability of livelihoods of impacted communities. And the third one, again, based on the medium and long-term program, whereby the fund will contribute to the support of the rehabilitation and reconstruction of impacted infrastructure and impacted communities, again, based on a request by the government. So the 3 of them comes through the governments. They do not come through another entity. So they are not like what we have in the GCF, a proposal by accredited entity with a no objection letter. No, this would be, from our point of view, be like a request coming from the government for support for specific plan, program, activity, direct support. This is the way we believe it will be going through. And then you have an engagement, so the country will identify a focal point, and this should be like the approach that we have. So the country needs to identify a focal point to be the contact point with this fund. And the support will be done through this focal point, meaning that through this engagement, so if we are talking about the second product, which is a direct support to the budget or direct support for regaining sustainable livelihoods of impacted communities, then it will go through this focal point or identify the institutions. So the countries can identify institutions. Maybe some countries would like to have the UNDP office as the focal point, but in addition to the focal point, which is a national focal point, to engage with the fund in general. So this is the outline. As I said, we can have a simple language in the guiding principle. Say the guiding principle is highlighting that the fund will follow the country-driven approach and ensure the country ownership, will deal with the countries directly, and will be reflective of the country's needs as identified by the countries at the different levels and stages, be it on the programming, planning, or direct support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Adao, followed by Debbie.
Thank you very much, Uti. Yes, I just want to support views expressed by different colleagues from developing countries before me. So country ownership is one of the concerns that we are facing the moment when we deal with the existing financial operating entities like GF and GCF, even adaptation fund and so on. So to do this, I think to have a new operationalization of a new fund for loss and damage, I think country ownership it's one of the critical points that we need to address. So country ownership for us would be the country themselves identify their needs and request or inform the needs of the countries to the financial entity or operating entity or entities, and they get financial, let's say, resources directly from the entity to the national budget as additional to national budget support. I think that's critically important, and also they will implement based on their national circumstances and national system. So key three points that will be important for this will be country-owned, country-led, and country system. I think that's really good point. And of course, we really don't want to have accredited entity to be facilitating body for this. Otherwise, it will be quite away from the ownership of the countries with regard to this loss and damage fund. I think all those are just additional points that my colleagues have expressed before me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adao. Then Debbie, please.
Thanks, Uti. So just to pick up where sort of Dan left off, I think we're all sort of coming towards some text which is really helpful. I think just worth noting, of course, that not all countries may already have the systems in place. So I think we need to just add a subphrase that says where these systems exist. But I absolutely agree with the spirit that should be the overall kind of driving ambition, and that we're going to need different modalities to ensure that we really can support all the relevant countries. I'm just thinking about, for example, in the GCF, we know that Somalia, South Sudan have never been able to have their own country programs and are struggling with that. There's something about how do we reach those countries. And then secondly, the UK attaches really a great deal of importance to the principles of locally led approaches, and so we want the fund to support flow of funds down to sub-national and local levels, i.e. those who are directly experiencing loss and damage. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Debbie. Mikhail, please.
Thanks, Uti. Just to, I guess, react to Debbie's good suggestion, I think especially when they're in those situations where they may not have the systems, we should also have a discussion that even though they don't have the systems, that it's still country owned. So even though it's not driven by them, that they're still a part of the process in some way. So maybe some language that reflects that in those situations might also be helpful. Thanks.
Thanks, Mikhail. Anyone else wishing to comment? Yeah, Mateusz?
Thank you very much. Just very quickly to support the comments made before on perhaps having a clear statement in terms of principles that the fund should take the country-driven approach by responding to the needs and priorities identified by developing countries through all of its access modalities and policies. This is something that was not necessarily in the decision that we made by creating the GCF, for example, but it was one of the primary guidance that the COP and the CMA gave to the GCF once established. So I think that we can learn from this process and have a clear statement on that. And just to reiterate what Ambassador Mohammed very elegantly explained on building, of course, on the developing countries submission, it's important for us to take this approach and streamline it in the access modalities, in the planning processes of the fund, so as to allow developing countries to really engage with the fund. So I agree, for example, with Mikhail and Deborah on the need to clearly state that the fund should work through and enhance the national systems where available, but also to really have an engagement process, and this touches on Mohammed's point on having a clear national focal point or minister to do this linkage between the institution and the national priorities that are going to be identified by developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mateusz. I don't see any more flags at the moment, which is fine, and then we can move to the next issue. I think this is the kind of mode of work that we are hoping to use today, so to really get these specific, crisp interventions so that we get a sense of what are the kind of things that we need to then, that we can then capture in our summary, and we can then use as we become preparing documents for our next meeting. So then turning to the next issue, which is access, delivery modalities and triggers. And again, here as well, would very much welcome a similar approach that we just used for country ownership. So the floor is open. Thank you. And perhaps just to repeat that if you had some specific language in mind on the country ownership, please do share that with the co-chairs and the secretariat to ensure that we really capture things correctly. So access, delivery modalities and triggers. Perhaps just to refresh your minds, in this morning's discussion chaired by Richard, triggers came up a number of times, and I'm wondering, this would now be the place. Those of you who wish to raise triggers, we can actually have that discussion here. Avinash, you have the floor.
I think that one way in which we think about this is that this is very much a fund for dealing with something that's happened. It may have happened immediately, recently, or slow onset. And in terms of prioritizing, to us it's about those significant events, slow or rapid. And so one way of capturing that, I don't think it's enough. I think it needs to be supplemented. But one way is that a trigger could be an event or slow onset event of greater of 5% of GDP would receive priority.
Thank you. Dan.
Thank you. So I just wanted to respond to that. I think it's useful, Avinash, for you to come forward with a kind of a typology of a trigger and approach. I had a few questions on that because I think it's important for us to consider the way that triggers may play a role, seeing that there are countries that are looking to access finance rapidly. Firstly, need to be clear on what we're meaning when we say rapid. Are we talking about the type of disbursement that's needed into the response period following a disaster? So we're talking that ideal period of sort of 3 to 6 days after a disaster occurs. That's a very rapid. That's something that is, there are challenges around that. I'd just like to say that, there are a couple of different ways that triggers can be integrated into policies. You can have a soft trigger, which is maybe a declaration of national disaster. You could have the trigger that you mentioned, which is about the GDP percentage. Well, we just have to be clear on how that impact on GDP is going to be understood, because that would be indemnity-based, would require assessment. So we would just need to consider the degree to which those types of assessments can be conducted in a consistent way. The further would be something parametric. I think parametric might be quite difficult in the range of circumstances we have, but maybe there's some way of setting that. So in terms of modalities, I think some of the language that I would like to see would be around the central goal of the fund being to incentivize national solutions in recognition of the diversity of loss and damage scenarios countries face, and ensuring that there is the incentivization of the design of robust national arrangements as a form of responding to loss and damage, speaking to the need for there to be modalities that are embedded in national systems and supported, but also recognizing that within other areas of discussion, such as existing arrangements, that we do have those international means of there being support, but those are not currently well aligned with what's happening. So I think it's about kind of capturing the fact that we need to have a focus on putting modalities in place that are at the country level. I think many developed countries, wouldn't have this same experience. When a disaster strikes, there's funding available to go and do those things yourself. It's very different when you've been affected by disaster and you don't have the means. You're waiting on systems to deliver things to your own system. So we need to take away that intermediary or set of intermediaries to allow countries to actually be in a better position to respond to loss and damage. And there's no way that we would be able to sustain some of these impacts without having more on the ground ready to be deployed quickly or over time to address these needs. And I think that's the only way that we can create that point of difference. Thanks.
Thanks, Dan. Two-hander from Avinash, and then we go back to the list.
Great point, Stan. And I just want to help some of you who've not perhaps been involved in a disaster, what the kind of numbers that are available. So within a month, you will get from the UN and others a fairly good estimate of loss and damage. And therefore, you would have within a month a sense of, is this a big number, small number? Is it hitting your threshold? I mean, clearly these numbers get refined over time, but you do have an estimate of that. Before that month, I think there could also be another estimate of whether this is a significant or not disaster to deal with the things you need to do before that month is over.
Thanks. Then going back to the list, I have Mikai followed by Christina.
Thanks a lot, Uti. Thanks to Avinash and Dan for the initial ideas. And I know that we've been tossing around the concept of triggers, and I would have like a similar language maybe that's probably less linked to more parametric style things, like extreme weather events, so that we can ensure that the concept that we use is also fit for purpose for slow onset events, as well as not only economic loss, which Avinash very clearly highlighted, but non-economic loss. And so what the word that I'd use, I'm flexible on it, but it's more of a threshold rather, to make it a bit more softer and conceptualized there. And what I'll also do is speak to the recent developing country submission on the scope and kind of link it back to the back to the different areas that we highlighted that would be affected. And so noting that under each different area, whether it be the environment, whether it be society, whether it be individuals, whether it be your income that were highlighted, and that sort of aspects, I think there's some, and Angela Mateos highlighted some of them, for example, in the context of the environment, right? You talk about biodiversity, but there's some specific kind of key areas that require really prioritized attention. Things like biodiversity hotspots. I know that the Convention on Biological Diversity mentioned ecosystems that are designated on the IUCN Red List. So there's like different ways to kind of unpack potentially these thresholds where in your program, you know, as you so nationally determine, that you try as best as possible to prioritize these key areas, right? When you're doing this funding. In addition to society, we discussed there's a clear list and a process of, for example, engaging with UNESCO World Heritage Sites, discussions on intangible cultural heritage, even things in the context of losing territory that's inundated, right, to a specific parameter. The IPCC has information on this. Atolls, which are also very vulnerable as well, that are highlighted there. In the context of individuals as well, I know that, again, heat-related morbidities or deaths are also somewhere that if you have X amount of your, 100% of your population, in a warm season that have died, it triggers this sort of, or, passes this threshold that needs a lot of prioritized funding going from the fund to these different countries, or to top up your national program, whatever the case may be. Mental health is something as well, and the ability to deal with mental health aspects. And so the WHO, I know, has a lot of metrics in their system to understand, availability of mental health services. So if you are undercapitalized, don't have the capacity that is there, this fund could help to potentially top up what is needed to support mental health issues that link again to non-economic loss. We talked a lot about physical assets, whether they be the percentage of the country's critical infrastructure. We can have a discussion on what critical infrastructure means. But I hope you see, Uti, as we go into these different thresholds, it immediately becomes quite a task to sort of unpack. And so my I guess pleading to the committee, to the room, is that getting us back to task on the governing instrument and what we can put into the governing instrument in order to allow this sort of high-level messaging and direction to the board to take up these discussion on thresholds, as Ambassador Mo, Mateus, Angela, a lot of other people have been saying, is quite important. And so what I do hope to do over between now and TC4 is to think and interact with colleagues on how we can have a discussion on these thresholds. And I look forward to hearing from Mo as well as Angela Mateos to see whether this is in line with what they're talking about with triggers, which I've kind of repurposed it to understand the context of some sort of vulnerability threshold, which will then have implications on things like how do we allocate resources and the systems. And I had some thoughts on that as well when we reached the resource allocation. So thanks a lot, Rupi. I hope it was helpful. Yeah.
Thanks. Next, I had a two-hander from Laurence.
Thanks, and thanks to Avinash, to Mikhail, and Dan. I had just a question, Mikhail. I'm not sure I understood what you meant by threshold and how that differs from triggers, and how that would, like, I understand your view is that this is probably work for a second step. I'm just not sure I understand what the difference is.
Simply put, triggers is kind of a bit more associated with parametric things and like insurance, whereas in order to capture things like slow onset events, ongoing processes, non-economic loss, just keeping it away from that triggers, which is very economic focused on loss, economic loss and things like that. So that was my thoughts. I hope that answered that, Lawrence.
Okay, thank you. Then turning to Christina.
Thank you, Uti. Access and modalities. I think I walked through that yesterday, or I forget at what point, when I was sharing a little bit more about our proposal for the way in which this fund could work with respect to slow onset events, recovery and reconstruction, and countries with small markets. So I don't want to repeat that, and for those who did not catch that yesterday since we're closed, it is in our submission, which is on the website. I wanted to spend more time on this concept of triggers. The way I hear Angela and Mo describe triggers, and it was helpful, Makai, for you to kind of pick it up again, just because now it's on top of my notes, in thinking about biodiversity hotspots, the loss of territories, inundation, atolls, exposure to heat-related morbidity. If that is what we're talking about in terms of triggers, I wonder if the U.S. is using the word, when we have in the allocation section of our submission that the board would develop a system for allocation based on vulnerability, those are the types of sort of, I don't want to use metrics, but those are the types of things we have been thinking about, because we don't think the way in which, and this came up earlier today, the way in which we've been doing it, I don't want to say vulnerability, since that's like a hot word, but the way in which we've been thinking about these triggers and that sort of definition of triggers has been too, it's been more geographic or constituency based and not looking at these more nuanced factors. So that's just kind of one point that I wanted to highlight, that I wonder if we're using different terminology, but maybe getting at something similar. That said, I've also heard people use triggers, and in all of our workshops and our previous meetings when we had presentations from the humanitarian world and the prearranged finance world, there are triggers that are based, and the parametric insurance was raised, right? You've got triggers that are based on the projection of the risk of a hazard. Then you've got triggers that are based on the impact, right? So that finance comes after food security has been declared versus finance comes before food security, or food insecurity, sorry, is declared. And it comes kind of in that period where you have the projection that there's a good chance that there's going to be massive floods, or a good chance there's going to be an extended drought. And that funding comes before the actual, the extent of the impact of that hazard. So I just kind of want to break up the fact that the word trigger is used very differently in what we're talking about, which is then linked to, I'm glad I'm coming after you, Makai, because the allocation piece becomes an issue. So say we're using what I understand to be what Angela's saying in terms of trigger, which is things like your potential for biodiversity loss, inundation, those kinds. It still doesn't, for me, answer the question of allocation. So is it that something is triggered and then it's a first come, first serve, meaning that, or is it a determination that if you have more of these factors, you get more of the money, or your allocation is higher than another country? So if I can maybe ask the question back to those who are presenting that sort of definition of threshold, how they link it to allocation. Is it first come, first serve, or is it based on these types of characteristics? That's how you would determine an allocation model, so that not every country gets the same amount of money. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And there's also a specific question from Christina. So if any one of you wanted to respond, just two handers, that's fine. Otherwise, I'll go along with the list. And the next one is Heike, please.
Thank you, Uti. I was just looking to colleagues if they wanted to make use of their hands. But thank you, colleagues. I think this is an excellent discussion that will take us forward, and this is what we needed. I think with the questions also, but also maybe evolving common understanding. In the understanding that finance is scarce, the needs are huge, and how do we find priorities and allocate resources, basically. And we heard different things and questions, as I said, but I think it will be really good and also from my perspective promising when we engage jointly more on these aspects to clarify the questions and get more concrete understanding. And also the distinction between rapid onset events and slow onset events and the questions that come from there, I think are also valid exploring. Also data availability, fully understood that this is an issue. I think on the levels maybe on access, that they are existing, that they are shared with countries, that also the capacity to analyze and act upon the data also are there. So I think this is also something worth exploring more jointly. So I would really assume that we should take some time, also come up with more concrete wording to the co-chairs, put in front of the co-chairs of what the different representatives and groups understand with these about these allocation criteria, that you can develop a more concrete draft soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I had two hands from Mo.
Thank you so much. I don't know, when did we move from talking about a trigger to allocation? Because a trigger is more of eligibility, allocation is more of how much money our country is getting. So I don't know why colleagues are mixing things together. Let me put it this way. From our point of view, we have three, again, people don't like that, but three timelines. T's, three timelines. If I am responding to what Christina mentioned, projections for impact of hazards, yes, this is before, and this is the first silo of, or the first timeline where the fund will be providing support for building the resilience, whatever you call it, building the capacity of the countries to deal with the losses and damages, and this is done through a program project. There is a process there owned by the country, delivered through the country and other partners, and supported by the fund or partially by the fund. So this is one. And then you have another one, which is the sustainability of livelihoods when the disasters, be it slow or extreme weather events hit, and then there are livelihoods lost by a community. And when do countries benefit? And then the discussion around the table was telling us that it's only countries who are in specific categories are the ones who are going to benefit from anything comes from the fund. So we're saying no, it is related to the losses and damages and the impact on the communities. So there you have this kind of trigger which will deal with the impact of the hazard, and the country will be able to come and say the impact fits the criteria, I need support. So, and this does not talk about the allocation. Allocation is a different story, and I think this would be left to the board or to further discussion on how much money will be given to who, but we need also to get clarity how much money will be on this fund. So if we all agree that this fund is a scale of 100 billion, we can talk about allocation, because then we have clearer views. If you are talking about this fund on the scale of 50 billion, 10 billion, 1 billion, 100 million, 10 million, 1 million, then we can talk about this allocation thing. But for now, we should be talking about how and when can countries come to this fund and say we need support. So again, look at it from the timelines to be much easier than looking at it from how much are we going to pay. Timelines means that those are the triggers when countries can come and ask for support, and the fund will be providing them with the support. I hope this covers this thing, but we are not talking about percentage of how much money they will take from the fund, how much money is in the fund, and this stuff is not competition on resources. It is mainly putting the policy that allows this fund to deliver, and then we will talk about the contributions of developed countries as per Article 13 later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mo. Then going back to my list, I have Adao, followed by Sumaya.
Thank you very much, Yuti. Yes, I access and delivery of fund and also triggers are critically important. And I think as LDCs and also part of developing countries, we have already submitted our recent submission in line with the submission from all developing countries' consistency. I think those are the key elements that we need to share with colleagues here. In terms of the access modality, we propose two items. First one is a event-based direct access modality, and second one is programmatic-based direct access support modality. So in terms of event-based triggers or direct access modality, I think this is access modality for addressing loss and damage arising from the extreme weather events. So once a country is affected by loss and damage, the entitled ministries in dealing with climate change or development or social protection, let's say, it depends on the country's circumstances, they need to communicate and let's say emergency situation at national level to the board. And then board needs to discuss further based on the rules and procedures provided by the board or approved by board to deliver fund quickly. To do this, board will be quite different from the existing boards, from Adaptation Fund Board, Green Climate Fund Board, or GF Council, it's different. We need to have a resident board. They can sit everywhere, but they can discuss the issues to deliver the fund once countries are affected by the loss and damage issues. So we can utilize modern technology like virtual discussions to disperse fund quickly based on the country event needs, country event needs in terms of let's say economic and also non-economic loss and damage. I think Christina is providing some hands there, but whether I need to stop or... Oh, okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
And so quickly disbursement is or trigger points is very, very crucial for these event-based issues. So the key issue for this will be, let's say, direct support for national budget. I think that's very, very important. So in terms of receiving fund, it will be depending on the country's circumstances at national level, whether it will be going through the Minister of Finance or emergency fund under the office of the Prime Minister like mine, or other forms that they have to deal with the disaster issues. But communication with regard to the event will be very, very important. Second modality for access the fund will be programmatic based. So this will be more focusing on slow onset event as well as the rehabilitation and reconstruction issues arising from the extreme weather event as well for the medium and long term issues. So by having this programmatic based direct budget, national budget support, this is also very important, but then we could, the countries need to define, to identify their slow onset impacts needs, and then they need to communicate these needs to the secretariat or to the board to be discussed further. but without having some complexity proposal issues that we are having at the moment with regard to applying for resources from Green Climate Fund and also from Adaptation Fund and so on. They need to have direct communication with the board or secretariat, facilitated by the secretariat, of course, and then the triggers will be, or disbursement will be delivered based on the country needs. So I think this is two process of modality issues with regard to how countries can access to the fund. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adao. Then I had, I think, two handers from Christina and from Sumaya. And Sumaya, you're also the next speaker, so.
Thanks, and sorry, Adao, I didn't mean to distract you. I was just trying to get the attention of the folks in the front. My two-hand was slow. It was actually going back to something Mo had said, if that's okay. Mo, I thank you for the further explanation of what you mean by triggers, and I hadn't actually thought about timelines and going back to your T01 and something else. To me, I'm trying to understand it, so asking these questions. It seems more clear-cut in the context of extreme events, this sort of, do you do it by projection or after impact? And I know we've had a lot of discussions in the room about how addressing loss and damage is after the impact. So I'm just trying to, with respect to slow onset events, I'm not sure that same sort of timeline analogy would work, right? Going back to the example of Fiji and national systems and relocation, right, as a potential, for lack of a better word, activity. How do you see the timeline linked to slow onset events? Would you, yeah, I mean, you've got, in the context of relocation, you've got ongoing sea level rise, that's slow and steady. I assume you want to respond maybe in some cases after an extreme event, but in other cases if your projections show that particular coastline. So I just, if it's timeline related, thank you.
Thank you so much. You already answered the question. I mean, for the slow onset events are the projections. For the extreme weather events, they are the impacts on the spot. Yeah, for the slow onset, I mean, but also on the slow onset, you might end up in the slow onset with also like the impact, because you might have a projection that was even didn't materialize, or it happened way before that the projection was expecting it to happen. So we want to avoid that and really look at it from the different the timelines, which makes it much easier. And then if you put on the criteria for when can countries and how can countries access, so it is when can they access, it's different than grouping of countries, but it's rather by impacts expected, projected, current, and then you have the programs for the future reconstruction. Thank you.
Thanks. Then I had two-hander from Avinash and then Sumaya. You are the next on the speakers list. It's just that these two-handers keep on popping up.
Keep them to 1 minute. Although slow onset events are more tricky to deal with than rapid or extreme weather events, it's possible to deal with them. It is possible to deal with them. I would say that the trigger there is a cumulative trigger, not a one-off trigger. And you'll need to work out what is your time period in which you're capturing your cumulative trigger. Most countries suffering from extreme weather events actually have even greater losses from slow onset events, from this long-term increase in sea levels or increase in desertification from drought. We can measure that.
Thank you. Sumaya.
Thank you. I wanted to comment on something, but the question from Christina also provoked me, because I don't see the projection is only valid for slow onset event, because with extreme event, short-term, medium-term forecasts would also be important. For example, in the region of IGAT in Africa currently, the forecast for rain is below the average. And accordingly, there are so many measures being taken into consideration in order to address the issue of food insecurity, because the implication of that is going to be huge. However, I agree that projection is quite important for slow onset event as well. So my point, listening to the comment across the room, I guess we have to agree that there is no one trigger that would really address all the event and all the issues of concern for countries. So I see there will be no one size fits all for using one threshold or one trigger, and because there were comments related to use of percent of GDP affected or population affected. All of them are okay. However, I guess we also have to consider that in the context of large countries with large population, you might need to think about it, to lean on the country's drivenness and assessment of the impact on sector and region or even ecosystem, and how the livelihoods, for us in Africa, the livelihoods is key, because with drought episode, you might have different regions in one country completely affected and driving the whole country's attention towards allocating all the resources into addressing issues of food security and how to avoid mass population movement and mass mortality. Recently, the report from the World Meteorological Organization around mortality associated with climate change impact, it was shocking for me to notice the number of the loss of lives that happened during the Sahelian drought in the 80s. Because for Sudan, they were the loss of, this is now non-economic losses. So the loss of lives was like 150,000 in just one year. And for Ethiopia, they were losses of 300,000. So I guess what I just wanted to emphasize is the fact that they are different issues, and the leadership of the countries in identifying the hazard is a very important issue. Food insecurity should be highlighted as a very important issue. I hope the funding will not be like first come, first serve. Hopefully there will be enough resources, because that is likely going to be a very difficult situation to see ourselves in. I guess I agree with more on the issue related to your T2 that underlines the importance of sustainability of livelihoods, because this is a key issue, and because there were no mechanism in place during the Horn of Africa and the Sahelian drought. I think the challenges are still continuing, and the impact is cascading as well. So it sounds like we need, yes, to lean on climatic and weather index in identifying triggers, and that these are quite important. However, we also need to lean on the country's leadership and ownership and drivenness in identifying the type of triggers that should really be important. Yep, that's it.
Thank you, Sumaya. Next I have Sonam, followed by David.
Yeah, thank you, Uti. I would like to support our submission. The LDCs made a submission on access modalities. And also my colleague Adao, he also talked about the both the event-based triggers and the program-based access. So these are the two distinct access modalities that we submitted. For us, as he stated, the event base is to provide funding quickly for both immediate responses, early recovery, as well as rehabilitation and reconstruction after extreme event. The program-based is more for the ongoing and the slow onset events, and also it will cover the rehabilitation, reconstruction of an extreme event after it has been put in the national program. So then here the program access will also apply for the rehabilitation, reconstruction, which is Build Back Better. I would, in fact, we've been discussing around with various groups, and there is a lot of misunderstanding in terms of the triggers. I mean, from what we have conceptualized as triggers, and we believe that that there is a very, very clear example. We are taking it from the EU Solidarity Fund. So it's not new, it's there, and people have received benefits from there as close as in 2021, the countries. So the EU Solidarity Fund helps members hit by natural disasters where there are losses of up to 0.6% GNI or euro 3 billion. I think this is 2002 prices. And based on this, in terms of the trigger, it's not a, it's a, basically, it's a soft approach in the sense that the declaration of emergency is the trigger, and then the fund disperses up to 25% of the anticipated contributions rapidly, and then the balance is upon detailed needs assessments. So this is how it's done, and we've seen data that in 2021, 5 EU states that were affected by this massive flooding, unforeseen flooding, received about 707.7 million euros, and of which I think Germany received about 612.6 million euros to recover and build. So this is basically, we are basing our triggers, especially for extreme events, on this model. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanam. David, you have the floor.
Thanks, Uti. And I just wanted to start by expressing gratitude for this conversation. I think it's perhaps overdue. There has been much conversation or flagging of triggers as a notion, and literally until half an hour ago, I don't think I was understanding what was intended by that. I'm feeling quite optimistic that there is some potential convergence. I think, as Sonam just said, I think maybe we've been talking past one another because we use different terms for the same things, and I'm quite heartened by this. Mo mentioned why we're talking about allocation. We're meant to be talking about triggers, and I think, some of what we've literally just been talking about for me would ultimately form part of what in my conception would be an allocation framework. But I totally get that that's not what Mo's talking about when he's talking about allocation. So that's just a function of miscommunication rather than being conceptually distant. So that's a really good thing. I wanted to thank Avinash for being propositional right at the outset of this conversation. I think that simple sort of GDP hit is an interesting conception. As the conversation's gone on through the course of this session, clearly, as Samaya said, there is an interrelationship between these triggers, and we need to be thinking about them as a framework. And I think, you know, what Mikai and Dan both offered with respect to some of the complexity around that is really important. So I guess for me, the challenge as a committee is how do we take this work forward now, because there is real potential here, and we need to find some way to grip that up. Mikai sort of made the invitation to the room to find ways to work off mic together, and I think we want to try, from my perspective anyway, to orchestrate that in a way that's going to yield a result, because I do think there is real promise here to get to a landing that really does advance our collective cause here. So my thanks again.
Thank you, David. Next, I have JC, followed by Dan.
Thank you, Uti. And let me first echo David's comments. And I am very happy to see the direction which is taken in this conversation, which seems quite promising indeed. So on access, let me say 3 comments. First, maybe I've misunderstood what Mo said, but I would argue that there is a need for a broad access for instance, the first window of my proposal, which will deal with how the Secretariat of the Fund could assist the most vulnerable countries in order to develop their resiliency plan and their investment plan. That has not to be restricted by any trigger. I think it should be a broad access by most vulnerable country. And if I'm not misunderstood you, Maud, this is what you said actually, that there is the need for the board to be able, for the fund to be able to engage with the most vulnerable country, even in the absence of an extreme event. So that's, for me, a first access, broad access for this first window. And then there is the rapid and slow onset event. So thank you, Avinash, to develop your proposal. I think it's quite interesting, actually, because it brings the scope of the event in the determination of the vulnerability, and it makes a lot of sense to me, actually. Even the best prepared country will look unprepared if it is struck by a huge disaster. So it makes sense to have this kind of indicator when we look at access to the fund. Honestly, it's probably to be worked out, because, as you say yourself, Avinash, there are limitations on that. We have to discuss the level, the figure itself. And certainly, it's a little bit more tricky, as you said, when it comes to slow onset event. Even though I agree with you, I think it's doable. It's doable. We have the capacity to do that. And certainly, when we talk about disaster, we know if it's a big disaster or not. So then, how to give some assessments on that? It's a bit difficult, but it's doable. My sense is that it's not enough, actually. And when I look to the 3 windows in my proposal, non-economic loss, reconstruction, and human mobility, I do think there is a necessity to develop maybe three indicators. And I will build on Mikai's point that obviously non-economic loss wouldn't be taken into consideration by a proportion of the GNP. And I suspect that human mobility, force relocation or displacement also are not necessarily related to a proportion of GDP, but indeed will cause a lot of distress and difficulties. So maybe this is something to be considered, where if we have different windows in this fund, how the fund could act in relation with these different difficulties. Just one on delivery. Delivery to me is very much linked to the programmatic approach. So the fact that the board, the secretariat of the fund could engage with the country in order to develop and give the possibility of the board to approve a programmatic approach is key to me, and would allow for the quick delivery, quite automatic delivery of the fund when it is needed. We'll stop there, Uti.
Thank you, JC. Next I have Dan, followed by Debbie.
Thank you, Uti. Firstly, I'd just like to respond to Jean-Christophe on your articulation there. I think I very much agree with I think you're describing the submission of a proposal to the fund as the sort of the way that the sort of modality would work. And I ultimately see that as the trigger. The trigger is you create the engagement with the fund through the submission of information on what you require, what you're ready to do, what you want to be able to do in the future, what exists, what doesn't exist, and I think those are essentially, where we're going to get the most value is where that engagement begins, and you have that interaction with the fund to figure out what you need. I think the other discussion we're having on triggers just reflects the fact that there are different types of triggers and different interpretations of triggers. We have triggers that are about how you would commence working on a slow onset event. So for instance, we have triggers established in Fiji whereby a community has to submit a request based on free and prior informed consent amongst community members to the Ministry of Disaster Risk Management to request an initial screening of the village to determine whether they have actually exhausted their adaptation options. Then there's a range of other procedures that would then determine whether or not that's actually funded. So there's going to be triggers at the national level for different things. There's going to be triggers that are established for sudden onset event, and other things that would begin work on slow onset events. So I think we should differentiate between the use of triggers, which is a little bit more of the technical side, and more around the actual access modalities. And we know that there's a lot of emphasis on the need to put funding into systems that can actually respond long term at the national level. So that use of national systems, the importance of predictable financial resources to scale up those systems. I think once you make a submission on what you need to do, what you're doing, what you want to do, what the funding could support, what is required in long term, you are requesting funding to support implementation measures that are at that stage in place, rather than capacity building and technical assistance. We need to recognize the role of the SNLD and the services that it will be providing, and ensure that potentially the use of the fund or engagement with the fund promotes engagement with the Santiago network, which is there to really support the ability to access, to address loss and damage overall. It needs to be, context-driven means that you're ensuring funding is being used in a way that delivers real results based on context. So standardizing triggers can be very difficult. And again, that's why putting things at a national level is really important. And why, drawing on the fund means that you are essentially experiencing loss and damage. I think Avinash had expressed that before. It means you have some prioritized interventions, however developed or undeveloped they are. You're beginning that intervention, and essentially you're beginning to implement it as soon as you're building it. And this should be differentiated with capacity building, I think. flexibility is a really important other benefit to having funding that's available through a program in country, because you could have funding that's being used for a longer term slow onset event that then can be repurposed through the flexibility of the program for a sudden onset event, creating high amounts of efficiency with that same amount of funding. This is a practice that's being developed in other ways. ADB has contingent financing policy instruments that during COVID were repurposed from disaster financing to response to COVID. We've seen there's a lot of other examples where that kind of flexibility is being built in, and I think that's really important for us to take into consideration in terms of how to be effective. We know that there are basically longer-term strategic interventions that will be in place, but a common prerequisite of the programs will be that you're essentially delivering results against your loss and damage priorities. That means that you have some sort of measurable way of understanding how you've alleviated or created alternative when loss and damage has occurred, and I think that's where you create the real accountability within the fund, is that there is an understanding of what those outcomes are. And if you can deliver those outcomes through an array of methods and it's within that national program, then you're essentially complying with the sort of accountability that's expected through the fund. Thank you.
Thanks, then. Debbie, please.
Yeah, thanks, colleagues. Just first of all, to give a shout out to Avinash and say thank you for setting us off on what I think has been a really productive discussion. And I can certainly imagine a system where we can work on this sort of trigger-based system, thinking about the way in which quite a lot of disaster risk finance operates. There are some analogies there that might be useful to us. There's going to be a question about how we do the assessments and what data sets we use. So a lot of the disaster risk finance is based on sort of public data sets, things like wind speeds and rainfall predictions that are all available in advance. I think we're going to do a little bit of work, as David said, to think about whether there's analogies that will work in this space. At the moment, Avinash, I'm not aware of anybody who does this kind of assessment. So at the moment, of course, the UN does the disaster needs assessment, but that's very much in the humanitarian space, and we'd need a very different data set potentially for some of this. I think there's an obvious link. Heike made the point about data availability. I mean, I think that's the key thing I'm trying to say. But there's obviously a very clear link also to the conversation we had previously about national planning and national plans, which I think pulls together quite nicely. I do think there are limits to the model. So this could cover slow onset events to the extent that it's perhaps droughts that go on over months or floods over hours, but it couldn't, I think, extend to really slow onset events, perhaps extreme heat or continued crop failure or sea level rise, etc. I think that would stretch the analogy too far. So I think it works for some parts of our problem set. It doesn't work for other parts of our problem set, albeit, yes, we could think about cumulative triggers. But in my understanding of all of these processes, the actors, the actions, the activities are all agreed in advance. So as I said, it does kind of bring you back to that question about the national planning, Dan, your contention about how you begin the engagement. And then finally, for me, there's something really important here, particularly in the slow onset space. I know there's been a lot of conversation about the fund being a responsive fund that happens after the event. I think actually the conversation we've had this morning slightly challenges that. So for me, particularly in the slow onset space, and particularly given what we know from, for example, early warnings work and humanitarian work, where over a long period of time we know that it's much, much cheaper to do some prevention work. That means you don't have to shell out tons of money for response work. But yeah, I mean, the figure in my head, it's slightly out of date, but it's 4 to 1. So for every dollar you spend on preventive work in the humanitarian space saves you $4 in humanitarian responses. So again, thinking about how can we maximize the impact of this fund, particularly for slow onset, my sense is you're going to want to do some potentially preventive work, or when you can see a slow onset event that is coming at you, you're going to want to act You don't want to wait until after that sea level's risen and the floods have happened, or the extreme heat has sort of, done what it's done to your crops. You're going to want to act, before that trigger. So I think that also kind of requires a little bit of thinking about. And then the final point is, of course, in all of this, we need this fund to build in future resilience. And I think we have to think about how that would fit with a trigger-based model. Many thanks.
Thank you, Debbie. I have two hands from Mo and then Angela.
Thank you so much, Debbie. But in your narrative, you just mentioned, as you said, that you get the sense that we should be looking at the prevention part. But my idea that this fund was created to deal with the gap, and the main gap was partial prevention, full sustainability of impacted communities, full program for reconstruction and rehabilitation. Those are the gaps. But now we are shifting back to complementing the existing insufficient building of resilience in the expectation of climate-induced impacts. I wouldn't say disasters then, it's climate-induced impacts. So I just need to understand exactly from you and from others, are we working on those three outcomes, three timelines, or because I'm getting the sense that we are bringing back the focus of the whole discussion into prevention part, into building resilience part, into the planning and the programming before the disaster happens, and we are kind of not really engaging on the sustainability of livelihoods when the disaster happens, which was very clear gap as per the report that was prepared by the consultants, and the building back better cost, which was again a very huge gap and one of the main reasons why developing countries were asking for a creation of this fund. So this is the question for you, and anybody who wants to engage on that, because I see Christina focusing more on the prevention, slow onset T1 or C, like the first silo of products, but none are engaging on how can we really provide those communities that are impacted now or impacted by climate-induced disaster. How are we going to give them the livelihoods, and not the humanitarian part? So it is not the temporary shelter, temporary food. No, it is how are we going to bring them their livelihoods, the sustainable livelihoods. How are we going to help them in doing that? I haven't heard anybody engaging on that. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was sleeping, but I don't know. Jet lagged, maybe I didn't hear that. And then how are we going to provide the program for reconstruction and rehabilitation? What is the role of the fund? Is it a full payment, or is it contribution to a program that exists? So I'm just a question, just to understand from colleagues. Thank you.
There was a two-hander from Christina on this.
So in our proposal, I thought we were being pretty clear, and I actually have not used the word prevention in any intervention that I've made. I've been talking about responding to, or I've used the word addressing loss and damage. So just wanted to clarify that. My question to you on the triggers and timeline on slow onset event was more, it was a genuine question, because I think you're raising an important point of, are we talking about with slow onset events when that trigger might be? But I was talking about relocation, which I assume we're all considering as part of the addressing and not preventing. So I just wanted to answer that question.
Because in some cases, the relocation was considered as a precautionary measure. In some places, it was considered as a precautionary measure, not only as a response for a disaster. So again, my question comes back: how do you see the role of the fund in addressing the sustainability of livelihoods of impacted communities? In your proposal, you have small markets window, right, for population less than 5 million. So in your proposal, you have three products or three windows or three sub-funds, as you call them. One is more of a building resilience, one is small markets, and the third one is a longer term. So it seems that the small markets you are only going to support from your proposal, you're only going to support for the livelihoods of communities, only those countries who are less than 5 million inhabitants. Anybody beyond the 5 million, they're not going to be supported through your proposal in this one.
we'll take the two-hander from Christina, and then I suggest you sort of, we'll continue with the speakers list, and I think there's a lot of things that you can then continue discussing offline.
Mo, I've heard you on livelihoods. We thought we had tried to reflect it based on the bridging of inclusion of the recovery and rehabilitation. Clearly, we have not, so happy to talk offline bilaterally and figure out a way.
Okay, then back to the list. So Angela, followed by Laurence.
Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair. I'm going to refer to first in terms of the access and then about this discussion. Let me highlight that in our submission that was made by the developing countries constituencies, we see that there are different types of access modalities for the resources. One of them is direct budget support through national entities or in partnership with other entities that have been accredited to other funds or otherwise through other implementing partners. We also see that could be an option, to have enhanced access for communities and other groups. But we see that this should be done through the entity that will be designated by the government, if it is a regional entity, if it is a minister or, national designated entity will be key in terms of organizing the house and allow, for instance, communities to get access and prioritize the main areas that they want to work. And my third point is in terms of developing country parties may engage the services of multilateral or regional implementing entities accredited to other funds. I think that also the regional groupings for developing country parties may also nominate regional and sub-regional entities as implementing agencies. Those are the main points that we made as a group, and we want to reiterate that because it's important as part of this discussion. Let me highlight in terms of the discussion of triggers. Frankly speaking, and I'm trying to pay attention in terms of the different comments made, which are really, really useful, and also between developing countries. One of my main concerns here is that we still, having different points of view in terms of the scope. So if we do not reach an agreement in terms of the scope, we cannot talk about the triggers or parameters that we want to establish. That's the first thing. So we are, having divergence of views in this discussion without having clarity in terms of what is the scope of the fund. Just to highlight that because it's really difficult to have, options that could allow us to have, common positions or proposals that guide this discussion. As I mentioned before, I think could be triggers, could be parameters, or we can use any other word, but we think that, for instance, one of the options is to, based on triggers, on magnitude, or scientific criteria, linking to events, climate change events could be considered. The IPCC, as we mentioned, they highlighted, for instance, ecosystem services, biodiversity losses, or non-economic losses. So those are areas that we want to highlight and put into consideration. And on behalf of my group, just to say that we do not want to leave the TC without providing some kind of guidance in terms of how to develop these kind of triggers. I think that it's important to have, the information available, the science in mind, and we heard some views expressed by others developing countries in terms of perhaps we can use different type of approaches. It's not only about triggers. Triggers could be part of this discussion, but not the only one. Direct budget support for extreme weather events is key. And for instance, on SOE, we can perhaps, or in this kind of discussion of triggers, we can request the board to develop those parameters in accordance with the guidance that we will provide. But at this point, it's quite premature to say what are the triggers and say GDP, for instance. I'm not saying that GDP is not useful, but I need to analyze that at national level, because in my understanding, GDP perhaps could, benefits some particular group of countries. I'm not against of it, because we are talking about different types of triggers. And I think Somaya was clear saying that there is not one single bullet point or silver bullet to have for this discussion. So I think we need different types of triggers, but we need to provide at least some guidance and allow the experts for the board to provide us, this kind of information. And considering that at this point we do not have an agreement in terms of the scope, to me it's very difficult to engage in that discussion, because we do not have clarity in terms of what we want to approach. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and Angela. And it's like, we're building this in pieces, and there are also a lot of moving pieces around, and a lot of uncertainties we are here. And again, just to stress that this is an extremely useful discussion. At the same time, again, we'll be at a situation where nothing is agreed until everything is agreed, and we'll just have to see how far we get. The last two speakers that I have before we break for lunch is Laurence and then Adele.
Thanks, and seeing that Adao and me are standing in the way of lunch, I'll try to be brief. I just wanted to thank everybody for this very substantive discussion. It has helped me a lot really wrap my head around what people mean and what we know or what we don't know about triggers, so that was very useful. Wanted to thank Dan for his last intervention, which really tied access, trigger, and delivery. I think that, again, understanding how those pieces work together in his perspective was very useful. So, as others have said, we look forward to additional discussions to see how we can capture that. To Angela's most recent point, I think we would agree with you that we want the TC to provide more guidance. Like just saying triggers or parameters is not going to be enough. So that's where further conversations are going to be useful. We also see a need to clarify a bit what we mean, so that the board can work effectively on it. And I fully understand your discomfort that because the scope is not set, we are not able to agree on triggers. But I do think the conversation that we have had in speaking about triggers or thresholds or parameters, people have actually talked a lot also about the scope, talking about slow onset event, how triggers might function for slow onset events or how they might function for recovery. So I do think those conversations are closely linked, and I hope that that we don't take them in silo, because I think that the solution is actually a mix of the two types of concepts.
Thank you, Laurence. Then Adele, please.
Thank you very much once again.
Apologies. There were two handers from Angela. Sorry, I missed that.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Laurence, for mentioning that. And I'm totally agree with you. I mean, I'm not trying to say that we should avoid this kind of discussion. I think it's useful. I mean, I'm having food for thought, you say in English, but what I'm trying to say is I cannot say how to write the trigger, for instance, on loss of biodiversity, ecosystem services. So I don't feel that I have at this point, the information that I need for putting in writing these kind of triggers. What I can say is that it's important to discuss what are the elements that we see as part of the triggers, and the TC can recommend the elements or the areas or parameters that we see as part of those, triggers that could help us to to start the process to receive or apply for the funds. That's one thing. And on the other hand, I think, as I said, I don't think that we should leave everything to the board without providing guidance. I think we are the experts here somehow on this regard, and we don't know if we are going to be part of the board. We don't know who's going to be nominated. So we need to be sure that those who will be there receive at least the minimum information, criteria, or parameters to develop that. And I think, and just to say, there is also useful information that was developed by CEPAG in terms of economic evaluations on loss and damage. So there is information that is available that could be used by those who can provide additional inputs. But of course, just to say that we are open to discuss this, but perhaps it's difficult to provide textual proposals on the triggers from my side. Perhaps others colleagues have, the information. But again, I don't want to leave this meeting without providing any kind of guidance. And just to highlight my final point, I don't think that the triggers are the only approach. And I think we heard something that was useful that was mentioned by Ambassador Adao in terms of direct budgets for extreme weather events. So perhaps we are using different wording, but it's not necessarily a trigger. So trigger is part of this discussion, but is perhaps not the only approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Now turning to Adao, please.
Thank you, Yuti. My point is exactly same as the point raised by Angela, linking to comments made by Deborah a while ago. From which space do we need to start to consider the existing or ongoing and exposed climate disasters? We need to go back to our decision. Ambassador Mo also mentioned about this. So in terms of scope, we need to be clear. If scope is not defined clearly, and then it's very difficult to discuss about the access and also trigger itself. From which part do we need to start with loss and damage beyond adaptation? So for our views, Deborah, the prevention issue is part of adaptation. It's far, far before the event comes. That's why, as one of the constituents from developing countries, we come up with our RAPs to design clearly from which point of starting do we need to consider issue of ongoing and post-expo, something after the disaster and before the disaster, but ongoing. So this is the key. I think this is paragraph 1, decision 2, CP 27, and also para 1, decision 2, CMA 4. We need to go back to that. So it says, in the context of ongoing and exposed, including rehabilitation, recovery, and reconstruction action. It means prevention measure is not included. So that's why it is out of the context of loss and damage funding arrangement and fund that we are discussing about. So I hope by having this, we can come up with very clear idea to define the scope itself, and then it will be facilitating us to come up with very clear access modality or trigger issues. In terms of trigger issues, I mentioned about the event-based and also programmatic-based access modality. So in terms of trigger-based, I didn't mention clearly, even I mentioned, but I need to repeat it. if we have a event-based approach, and then the declaration of emergency at national level by entitled ministry dealing with a disaster will be starting point. So this is, state of emergency as be considering as soft triggers, how to get money from the fund that we are discussing about. But in terms of slow onset event, of course, the countries need to come up with the national program. And then the needs of developing countries with regard to slow onset event impacts on this, let's say, economic and non-economic loss will be integrated into the program itself. And then the minister responsible for finance or for environment will communicate this to the fund itself or through secretariat, but it will be discussed further by board and to decide and to deliver the fund. My English is very poor, but this is how I understand the trigger itself. But of course, we can have more than one trigger issues in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Adao. Nothing wrong with your English. I think you're very, very clear. Angela, please.
Thank you so much, Madam Co-Chair. Apologies for coming back again, but I forget to mention something on my proposal. Additionally of the guidance that I think that we should provide as TC members, I think that as part of the guidance is important to involve the EXCOM. So we have the EXCOM. The EXCOM has some work stream areas, and there are groups with a lot of expertise in this area. And I think that the EXCOM perhaps somehow can support this process in terms of the identification of the triggers, parameters, let's call it, different ways we can call it. And on the other hand, I think the TSU, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the work made by the TSU, because I've read the whole 6 papers, I don't remember, and all of them were very useful for me. I'm not a finance expert, but I've received a lot of information which is really useful, and I think that the TSU can provide perhaps, in some way or in future work, or I don't know, perhaps some guidance, but perhaps just to say that the EXCOM is the body that could provide technical expertise on this regard. So just to highlight that for consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So now this concludes our session. Thank you so much, all TC colleagues, for having a very substantive discussion and actually, or even a dialogue with the two-handers. I think that was I think that worked well. So we're now going to break for lunch, and we'll give you an hour, I think. Yeah. But was Richard okay to give them an hour for lunch, or no? Okay.
12 minutes.
No,
and you'll take an hour, right?
Okay, so let's please be back here at 2:15. So that's like 55 minutes, and we're going to start sharp at 2:15. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. Okay, colleagues, I'm being told that we have a quorum, but looking around the table, it doesn't look that way. So perhaps we should...
Quorum in the room,
we have...
not in the table.
Oh, okay. So the Secretariat advises me that as long as we have quorum in the room, that's enough. They don't actually have to be at the table or listening or or anything else. So.
Okay, colleagues, please take your seats. We're going to start this afternoon session, and we're going to start with the agenda item on funding arrangements. We're trying to balance the program as equally as we possibly can between the two. Mohammed. Makai, the two M's. Eminem. Let's focus, please.
There's a quorum in the room. In the room.
Harjit. Please, guys, take your seats. Thank you. Okay, as I was saying, we're now going to focus on the funding arrangements discussion for part of this afternoon, and we can, depending on how far we progress, we'll come back to the fund-related issues. I think there's been a request to us from some members to finish promptly by 5 p.m. so you can do what you need to do before you leave for the event at 5:30. So we'll try. If we aren't able to do that, then we'll make sure that we finish by 5:30. So yesterday we presented you an informal co-chair's note, which has no status. It's not even the precursor of a negotiating text. It's just our attempt to summarize what had been submitted to us, and we noted when we presented to you that the text is highly unbalanced because we haven't yet received the submission from developing countries on this matter, and so the text really reflects much more of the developed country submissions, and we didn't go into detail of what we've done, and we had asked colleagues to make submissions, particularly the developing countries. I understand that the developing country constituency is pretty advanced in making its submission, and that there was comfort in talking to the comments on the draft that we had submitted. So what we're going to do is we're going to give developing country TC members an opportunity to give their reflections, and then we'll following that, we'll give others some chance to reflect as well. But in your reflections, we're looking for the elements that you need to have, or you want to have in a decision, right? So we can't. This is a complicated matter, and the longer we make the decision, the more complicated it will become. So what is it you need? A preamble, a paragraph welcoming, or do we have to endorse these funding agreements or not? Do we put in place a paragraph on next steps and monitoring and evaluation and tracking, et cetera, There's obviously a proposal from developing countries and Hajj around the council. So we need to understand what you want in and what doesn't need to be in, because the more we complicate this matter, the more I fear that it's going to cause a lot of agitation for us in Dubai, because some of the kinds of funding arrangements that have been recommended may provoke lots of comment from people, even if it's just clarification. So we don't really want to spend our time in Dubai clarifying what was meant by any of those things, right? They should either be quite basic or obvious, or we probably shouldn't be going that way. So that's enough for me. I'm going to open the floor. Primarily, we want to hear from developing countries first to see how we make sure that the text is balanced, and then we'll open up more broadly. So floor is open. Jean-Christophe, your microphone is on. I think it's yours, right? Oh, yeah. Thank you. Go ahead, Avinash, please.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I think that I had really two main reflections. The first, I think, is going to be an easy one for us to agree and bridge, which I felt that there wasn't sufficient country-led aspect to it. And it may have given then the text I saw a false impression, given the discussion we've had on country-led, that the fund might be reaching all kinds of agreements with funding agreements that may not be as a result of requests by countries. And so I think one layer is to make sure that countries remain in the driving seat. They're making requests to the fund. The fund may help them coordinate their responses with the funding arrangements, but it's country-led. The second thing is, and you know, we have had some of this debate before, and I'm not sure the value of rehearsing it, but no country, and I'm not often immodest about my country, but there is no country that has more pre-arranged financing than Barbados. We were one of the founders of the oldest risk pool. We have the largest natural disaster clauses in all private debt. We were one of the first to have contingent loan facilities at the World Bank. And I could go on. We have one of the most largest award-winning debt for nature swaps. And our conclusion from having the longest, most comprehensive funding arrangements is they are completely inadequate, not to the scale, will not solve our problem, provide liquidity, and we are maximizing how much liquidity we can get. And of all of those funding arrangements, the one we have found most useful has been making sure that all of our debt has these pause clauses that provides around 17% of GDP liquidity. It's liquidity. Doesn't say if we have to spend money, we'll add up to our debt. But liquidity at a critical time is useful. All of the other things, and that's where you have a country which has the greatest capacity to use these things, I would say, than many countries, give us less than 2% of liquidity. So when we in the developing country see an insistence on repeating mentions of these things, large amounts of text written about it, to me, they deserve reference, mention. They have an impact of 2% of GDP. Maybe they should be 2% of our text that should reference it, but no more than that. When there is all this focus on it, it makes us worry that it's a distraction from the 98% that we need. A distraction from the fundamental problem, which is this is not about liquidity. This is not about temporary arrangements that are limited size and scale. I'm a finance guy, and I benefit from the fact that people think finance is magic, and that financial innovation can create all kinds of magic. And they listen to me much more than they ought to because they think I understand this stuff. The reality is there is no magic. There is no way of dealing with the fact that you've got $150 billion of loss per year that creates no revenues, no savings, and you need help to deal with it. There is no magic. And so attempts to focus on risk pools and risk transfers and all this kind of stuff makes us feel you're trying to use magic to deal with the problem that can't be dealt with by magic. And so I would simply say, let's make sure it is correctly sized in its box, that these are nice things to have. They will provide a little bit of extra breathing room, but that the focus must be on how do we respond and address to some significant loss and damage, and these things don't do that in a sustainable way.
Thank you very much, Avinash. So in your first comment that these seem to be just top-down, a list of top-down priorities of TC members, and they do not reflect country input, right? Now, so I can't really comment on that because I don't know where they come from, and I have no idea whether colleagues have actually spoken to developing country national entities on that. So that would be useful. But I mean,
Sorry, I wasn't clear. It was in the text. We just need to have more, that the countries are more involved in the process. And I don't think there's a disagreement from the earlier conversation we had. I think we all want these things to be country-led, but the countries were hardly referenced in that document.
Okay, so that issue can be simply addressed by some language that underscores the importance of country involvement and engagement in future future funding agreements or the funding agreement system, right? And we can certainly do that. The second point about, yes, Jean-Christophe? Those were 2 fingers, not 2 hands. Okay, you can go ahead. Well, no, if you want to come in on this, I was going to talk about the next point, but if you talk about this, then you can go ahead.
No, thank you, Richard, and thank you, Avinash. I think you're right. It should require some more specifics. In my proposal, for instance, what is really translated is the first step, which is the need for the fund to have engaged first with the funding arrangement to set the ground for possible partnership on a project-by-project basis. But, as a matter of fact, this is under the leadership of the country that then, building on this partnership, which has been set by the fund with the funding arrangement, this is under the leadership of the country that a solution to the needs can be found through the fund working with and through the funding arrangement. So you're perfectly right. I think it should be a little bit more specified in that way. Yeah.
Thank you, Jean-Christophe. So my second response to what Avinash was saying was that there are and there may be others who disagree with the impact that may come from the proposed list of funding arrangements. So again, it's this top-down versus bottom-up process, right? And I'm wondering whether or not do we need to have them in the decision? So this is, if we make a recommendation with a long list of proposals, right? And those are actions that are going to take place, right? And we know that there may have been a context where countries haven't been consulted. It's just really coming down from either the governing bodies of those institutions or TC members' priorities themselves. Do we get into trouble if we try and include them in the decision text in a manner which may imply that they're being endorsed by the COP or accepted by the COP? And again, I'm not talking about substance, I'm just talking about whether we're opening up a can of worms in the negotiation process that some countries may then question them, right? So is there a manner in which we could still reflect a list of potential funding arrangements, right, without it being captured in the TC report, or it has to be captured in the TC report, but maybe not captured in the form of a decision or an annex to a decision, right? Which I think we were all thinking that it could be, right? So again, this is just just a creative way of avoiding our discussion in Dubai being on a list of proposed funding arrangements, right? So I think we need to think about how we do this. What is the process of getting acceptance? The decision from Sharm el-Sheikh is to establish new funding arrangement. That implies that we agree to establish them, right? And so I think maybe we should, not today in this discussion, but people think about it over this evening and think about what is the best way to reflect what is being said without them being negotiated if we present them in a decision, because my sense is if we present them in a decision text, COP negotiators like we are, Jaime, will want to negotiate them and want to say why this, why that, and I don't think we have time to risk that at all. So let's maybe think about how to be creative on that one. Next on my list is Mateus.
Thank you very much, Richard. First of all, let me throw my support behind of what Avinash has just mentioned. I think he articulated very clearly on our position as well on insurance and prearranged finance. I do believe that there's a place for that reference in the context of what we are discussing right now, but this should not be the centerpiece or even overemphasized when it comes to the solutions that we're looking for right here. My comment, the comments that I would like to make, first of all, I also support the approach in which the current note from the co-chairs is imbalanced. But I do believe that this is also due to the very fact that from the very beginning of these discussions, we didn't know what the new funding arrangements would look like or even encompass. The Sharm el-Sheikh, we didn't know that. TC1, we didn't know that. TC2, no idea. And up until very recently, we haven't even seen written text on proposals for that. And I really appreciate that we're getting to a point that we're trying to understand what are different perspectives on the new funding arrangements, and that's why I'm happy to engage. The two philosophies or approaches I'm reading and grasping from what I saw from this TC meeting and also from this unbalanced note is one, a central fund that is entitled to promote the impact that we want to see in addressing the losses and damage in developing countries, that is central to the new funding arrangements, and is entitled to, again, to provide impact for developing countries. In a second philosophy, I'm grasping from this, what I've been listening to, is a fund that may be central, but actually works through the existing funding arrangements. And I would like to actually make the case for why we shouldn't go to the second option, which is the fund through the other funding arrangements. First of all, we should bear in mind that the current funding arrangements that we have been talking to and making reference to are not enough when it comes to the scale of financial resources to address loss and damage. This is clear, this is a fact. Everybody acknowledged that from the very first meeting of the TC. So this leads me to the second argument, which is they also do not address the very scope of addressing loss and damage that we want to reach through the Sharm el-Sheikh decisions, especially in the context of exposed and ongoing extreme weather events and slow onset events. And also, the new funding arrangements and all of the initiatives, all of the institutions we're referring to are not coordinated. And that's why we've been talking extensively in the Roli on the idea of coordination, the importance of coordination of these new funding arrangements. So I cannot imagine, if we are to deliver in a quick and expedited manner, a fund that is going to provide impact on the ground, that is going to basically and only work through the new funding arrangements. And on this, I would definitely need further clarification from the proponents of this philosophy or this approach, how they are expecting basically impact from a fund that works through uncoordinated, underfunded or subfunded new funding arrangements. This is a key question to the other side's proposal. Secondly, I would like to answer very clearly your question, Richard, on whether we should or not have prescriptive language on either the decision text or the annex that is going to follow suit on identifying specific or targeted segments of the new funding arrangements. And my question would be no. Basically, because the underlying assumption for the identification of priority gaps is not based on what we as developing countries have been advocating for, which is a country-led approach. All of the elements that are now on the table, including the ones represented and captured on the unbalanced note, were proposals not coming from developing countries, were priority gaps that we didn't identify even as TC members from the developing countries constituency. And I'm not sure if we had a mandate from the Sham decisions to actually do so or to be prescriptive or detailed in that particular aspect. What I saw from the Sham decisions was that the TC, in the considerations of the new funding arrangements and the fund itself, should be informed by priority gaps, which would include speed, eligibility, adequacy, and access to finance. So we wouldn't be willing to have a prescriptive language on priority gaps, but we would be flexible to say that the new funding arrangements would aim to enhance speed, eligibility, adequacy, and access to finance. This would be the purpose. And on that, I would like to refer to the developing countries constituency submission on the new funding arrangements that actually talks to this last point I made. So in our submission, we aimed for the new funding arrangements with the purpose of, one, mobilizing significant additional grant-based and non-debt financing. These are the elements that we've been asking for the very first TC meeting. Second, promote a coordinated approach to loss and damage investment. So we are going to look at the mosaic, plethora of things or amalgam of things, institutions, sources, and so on, and coordinate. And finally, convene key stakeholders serving as a platform for discussion and strengthening loss and damage finance, which talks to the last point I just mentioned. And finally, what I would like to submit as perhaps an outcome of that is us having more clarity of what these new funding arrangements are. And I've already said what this would mean from my perspective. This would mean that the new funding arrangements should necessarily have a linkage and be consistent with the provisions of the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. They need to have a clear mandate or a clear program of action on loss and damage, on addressing loss and damage. And third, they would preferentially have be informed by the work of the WIM-EXCOM and the Santiago Network as the key fora under the Paris Agreement and under the UNFCCC that deals technically with loss and damage, including making assessments of needs from developing countries for loss and damage. I think that these elements would give us the guarantee that these new funding arrangements are are actually providing the impact that we want to see when it comes to, again, speed, eligibility, adequacy, and access to finance to developing countries in addressing loss and damage. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Matthias. So you asked a question. I think that was a question to Jean-Christophe, because if I recall correctly, your submission, Jean-Christophe, that was about the funding arrangements flowing through the fund. I think that's how you said it, Matthias, if I'm not correct. So, Jean-Christophe, do you want to just briefly try and respond to that?
Sure. Look, Matthäus, I think I am just starting from the situation we are facing right now, we know from the reports and interviews and intervention that we have had over the last 7 months that there are priority gaps, for instance, recovery, reconstruction, or human mobility, meaning forced displacement and need for relocation. And we know also that in these areas, there are already actors which are delivering some support to the countries. And what we have heard also is that this support are not enough, be them in scale, in quality, in level of concessionality, and other limitations that constitutes clearly gaps in the global architecture to respond to loss and damage. So, starting from the situation, act in coherence and complementarity, it seems to me that we have to find a way for the fund to find its place in this global architecture in order to fill the gap that we have been identifying. And the way to do that is not to tell the funding arrangement, do your job that you have in your mandate, and we are doing our job on our side. That would clearly mean inefficiency, incoherence, and lack of complementarity. So, it seems to me, and not only to me, that the only way to make progress in that is to find a way for the fund to work with the funding arrangement in order to fill the gap. And this is what there is in my proposal, actually. We identify priority gaps, which in my proposal are 3. Pre-arranged financing, recovery, reconstruction, and on human mobility. And then we have to find a way for the fund to work with the funding arrangement involved in these areas in order to fill the gap. My proposal to do that is very simple. First, we have to instruct the fund to go to some funding arrangement that he would have to identify as potential actors to fill the gap and to respond to the needs of the most vulnerable, to find a way to work with them. And I gave an example yesterday to respond to Avinash on the debt issue, which is a really important issue. And the idea is really that the fund could provide concessional, provide grant money in order to make the support by the funding arrangement a lot more concessional to the country, limiting the interest he has to pay, and so making the debt burden not a constraint to develop their policies to respond to loss and damage. That could be, I could have multiple examples, but what is behind that? The idea is to develop new tools to address loss and damage. What I would recommend, if I have to write the recommendation, is for the fund, the secretariat of the fund, to go in the landscape, in the areas we are going to tell them, and to find ways to improve the offer from the funding arrangement. That would be new instruments, new tools, new financial tools that could fill the gap and respond much better to the needs of the developing country. I will stop there, but just one point you say, Matthews, which is just not right in my paper. I'm not thinking that all the activities of the fund should be done through the funding arrangement, I have identified some areas where there is a need for the fund to be directly active, operating, which are the non-economic loss, which I do think there is a need for a body to act as a leader and develop expertise and probably develop financial tools in order to address the non-economic losses. And also, as we talked about this morning, preparing, supporting the countries to prepare for facing the rapid onset event and the slow onset event. These are the two areas where I think the fund should act by itself. For the other ones, yes, you are right. I think it's much better in terms of efficiency, complementarity, coherence, to try to have a fund working with and through the funding arrangement.
Thank you, Jean-Christophe. So I think we're all struggling to fully understand what we mean by these funding arrangements. So this discussion is hopefully meant to help us. But I have another question for you. I'm sorry, just to understand. You said that the fund would go to others and then discuss potential ways to work together in the funding arrangements, right? If I understood it correctly. So therefore, what we're recommending is not funding arrangements. We're recommending potential future funding arrangements, and that they would then become funding arrangements after that action had taken place. Is that correct? So then what we're doing now, the list is recommending potential funding actions because they still have to be consulted with those actors, right? Am I understanding that right? Or?
Yes, but this is precisely why I don't think we should be prescriptive on the precisely the names of the funding arrangement that the fund should reach out to. I mean, it's probably too complicated for us to determine that. And by the way, I think some of them will just say no. Actually, they don't have the capacity to do more, and others will have. And so, in my paper, you would note that I would also encourage all the actors in the landscape to come to the fund and to check with the fund whether or not they could develop with the fund new solutions, new products, new financial instruments in order to fill the gap and to respond to the needs of the most vulnerable countries.
Okay, thank you very much. That's great. I think I understand now. Next on my list is Makai, followed by Yingzi, followed by Dan. Makai?
Thanks a lot, Richard. And good day again, colleagues. So yeah, I think it was good that I came after both Matthias as well as Jean-Christophe. Clearly looking at the mandate that we have on new funding arrangements, and that the fact that we're defining the elements of the new funding arrangements, I think is quite crucial, which kind of, at least reading and interpreting it, is that providing at least a broad framing for a selection criteria of these funding arrangements, right? And Matthias spoke to, some key sort of things of as to the greatest extent possible, in the context of following not only the purpose and trying to fit into the achievement of the purpose of the regime under the Convention and the Paris Agreement as well as its principles, but looking at the priority gaps and the highlighted aspects of speed, eligibility, adequacy, and access. And so I think it's really good for us to highlight that I think we should put forward a discussion of some sort of selection criteria for these new funding arrangements. Which then brought me to, and I didn't answer Christina yesterday, but she asked me about endorsements. And so this is why, and Jean-Christophe, you highlighted this, potentially doing a list at this COP is not that helpful per se, because of the fact that once it reaches in a decision and we say recognizes, endorse, whatever the case may be, it adds legitimacy that these are a part of the funding arrangements. And the question is, You know, have they met our criteria or the board's criteria in Jean-Christophe's case? And I think it's a really good point because we don't want to have implicit or explicit sort of selection of these funding arrangements before we have ability to dialogue, or even if they want to be a part of the funding arrangements, which I think is a very good point. So I think there's a lot of commonality as well with what Matthias was saying there. And then their ability to engage in what I was highlighting yesterday, reporting, some periodic reporting of the progress of the actions that they're taking to address, as Matthias was highlighting, speed issues, eligibility issues, adequacy issues, access issues as applicable is quite important. And so one thing I do want to highlight quickly as well, and shout out to what Dan had mentioned yesterday, again, with the country mosaic, the national mosaic, and how does that fit into the context of the funding arrangements, and willing to, obviously, that and I are in the same constituency, but it would be really good for us to kind of flesh out that kind of understanding and recognition of the country mosaic, noting that even the board itself can't adequately understand what the priority gaps are on the ground. So how do we feed that up into this process is quite important, and it could be through the council, etc., interacting with countries or the board or whatever the case may be. The last thing I'd like to highlight is on the funding arrangements, and I see some of your highlighted areas of priority gaps, Jean-Christophe, and I think they're a good start. But I do think that we tend to sometimes bundle non-economic losses a lot, and I don't know if you've realized I've really tried in each intervention to unpack as many non-economic loss areas as best as possible, because what hasn't been helpful from me looking at the loss and damage literature and engaging in that space in the limited way that I have, is that when we just bundle it up, then we're not able to adequately and surgically look at what are the key different areas, institutions, etc. And for example, I made that point in the Glasgow Dialogue. The TSU was not, I think, adequately composed because it missed quite a few important UN agencies that touch on non-economic loss, that deal with things like health and life, deal with culture, deal with biodiversity and ecosystem services, deals with education and mobility. So I just want us to, as much as possible, and this is not only for the funding arrangements, but for the fund, begin to unpack and sensitize ourselves more and move beyond just only mentioning non-economic losses, but then unpacking what are these areas of non-economic loss. So I'll stop there. Thanks a lot, Richard.
Thanks, Makai. So we're going to suggest that colleagues that are making proposals submit them in writing. So it's fine to ask for something, but your request, please submit to us, and then we'll take that forward. Thank you, Makai. Next is Yingzi, followed by Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. And I would like to stress that the utmost importance of the criteria on funding arrangements for the loss and damage, particularly in the context of their impact on developing countries. This criteria holds the key to equitable and just support for nations that are disproportionately affected by the consequences of climate change. The principle of CBDR lies at the core of climate efforts. It recognizes the varying capacity and historical responsibility among nations. The criteria on funding arrangement must reflect this principle, ensuring that the burden of addressing loss and damage is shared equitably. Second, when it comes to the debt, and I think the colleagues before me and also touched upon this topic, let me just share my views. First, both debt and climate finance are complex, systemic issues that differ in their nature and the principles, frameworks, primary means of addressing them. In terms of debt treatment or multilateral, bilateral, and commercial credit should follow the principles of joint action and fair burden sharing, and participate in debt treatment as a whole. Climate finance should follow the common but differentiated responsibilities of the Convention. That is a sensitive and specialized area. Under the framework of the convention, the parties need appropriate mandate and expertise and capacity to deal with these debt issues. Debt climate swaps and debt nature swaps do not generate new cash flows because such transactions depend on specific needs of the parties to the transaction and need to consider multiple complex factors than regular debt processing or climate finance. It is a challenge to generate a unified, standardized model, and it's hard to be a reliable source of large-scale climate finance. In the process of establishing the loss and damage fund, the introduction of debt negotiations need to be consistent with the mandate and avoid potential disputes and disagreements, which otherwise will interfere the fund establishment and promote operation. So that's why we always stress that the grant-based finance and the non-debt instrument and put no more further burden on those affected developing countries' fiscal space. Okay, last one. Yes, as I just made the intervention yesterday, I would say, in my views, developed countries should, provide the primary resources for this new fund to help developed countries to address the climate change and loss damage. Thank you. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Yingzi. So next is Dan, but further my list is Jaime, Christina, Heike, Mo, and Sunan. Colleagues, I guess we've allocated about up till 4 o'clock for this discussion, so please also be brief. So Dan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Richard. I wanted to respond, firstly on where the fund sits in global architecture. I think we should probably see this as clear. It's sort of to the right of response a little bit into the recovery space and beyond. We need to be sure as where we're putting this thing. And I think there's various lists that we might all have about what we think is constituting the funding arrangements, and I do take Harjit's point yesterday about the fact that there are criteria that need to be developed to try and understand if these things are actually interacting with loss and damage. But I think just going off what we have in submissions and the points that we're speaking about, we can broadly categorize it around basically insurance. We know that insurance is one way that traditionally we've looked to alleviate risk or deal with loss and damage. But if you are in a country where there are publicly available reports saying that you'll lose 4.5% of your coastline and infrastructure over a given period of time, who wants to insure that? Uninsurable. If we think about rapid liquidity, I think as Avinash very well presented in that situation, these are cash and these are liquidity, which aren't really linked to specific loss and damage objectives. They're deployed not on the basis of human or direct full picture economic challenges. They're deployed often on balance of payment issues, where we've got multilateral solidarity funds, and we've already determined that we don't really want to be disrupting what the humanitarian system is doing in its space. We know that the funds such as the Central Emergency Response Fund will deploy funds based on request and on approval, but it's not something that can be built into our plans. The World Bank has told us for decades, don't just rely on solidarity support, don't just rely on which bilateral donor is interested in you after a disaster strikes or when you're in need. Build something into your national system. So almost what we're doing is just responding to that request and that advice that we've received for decades from large multilateral banks and institutions that have said you need to build strong national systems. So thinking about the funding arrangements are kind of like an early stage in what we really want to do, which is build something into the long term. I think we also need to really recognize that there are another way to kind of like interrogate whether we have funding arrangements that can be scaled up to then address this issue. Is just to think about some of the scenarios that countries are facing. If we're looking at huge loss of agricultural yield of, say, coffee in Colombia, or if we're looking at a prolonged drought in Africa, or if we're thinking about saltwater intrusion in various countries, what type of instruments are we expecting in these existing funding arrangements are just going to be scaled to somehow address these things. They need to be linked to some sort of solution and way of essentially addressing them on the ground. And we don't have those solutions because we spend a lot of the time concerned with what can be drawn down from the funding arrangements. So there isn't a system that's putting in place the incentive to build those solutions. And that's what I see as the key importance of looking at the funding arrangements, is realizing that they do not address the full spectrum of needs. And two, that even if they're scaled up, they will help around the humanitarian area, they'll help us in the response, but their ability to work within the recovery space is limited. It's when the humanitarian actors leave. And three, that we know that we need to be doing something else, and we need to be using funding in a totally different way. And that's what this fund needs to support. So I think looking at the funding arrangements is important, but it is, in my mind, just a means to build the case to understand what the fund needs to do, which, as I said, is to the right. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dan. Jaime, you have the floor.
Thank you, Dan, and I think it was a good response, and to focus on, there's many areas that we identified for the funding arrangements. I think we have that pretty clear, also for the fund to respond. And on the humanitarian response, the humanitarian system has a big role to play, and Dan, in your previous intervention, you made clear that the fund shouldn't take over from the humanitarian system to add to it. And I've got two suggestions. One is to create an advisory board from the humanitarian sector with UNOCHA, IFRC, and others that can clearly identify where the needs are, where humanitarian aid needs to be upped, but also where their skill set is lacking and how the fund and or other funding arrangements can contribute to it. I think that would be very useful, and that can also report to the high-level council that Maldives has been leveling. And maybe we can look at different areas of expertise of the right parties to be there to contribute. So also on reconstruction development, have the experts around the table, show where they can contribute, and what we need to do. And we also need to say, we constantly criticize, and Avinash is criticizing the funding arrangements, I think, to belittle it so that we don't lose focus on the fund. And I think we've made big steps on deciding on the fund, and we're not moving away from that. And we're here to establish a fund, and everybody in this room is really strong advocates now for the fund, and we had difficulty with it. We were first in TC2 really talking about funding arrangement and trying to figure out what does the additionality of the fund look like. And we needed to wrap around to become experts on funding arrangement to figure out where the gaps are. Now we found the gaps, and we are ready to work on a fund. But let's not belittle the funding arrangements. They were never meant to deal with loss and damage. Now we're starting to talk about it. Now we're starting to identify what works in funding arrangements and what doesn't work. And now we can start through the high-level council other ways to influence these institutions to be able to deliver better. Now the debt pause is a good example. You mentioned it. There might be others, and we would love to have your expertise that is great on this area to figure out which other ones there are that can alleviate and help and support going forward. So it's not also to Mateus, either fund or funding arrangements. The decision is to work on both, and this dichotomy to belittle the one or the other, I think it's not really helpful in my perspective, and I would really like to find a way forward and to really work on a fund and deliver also funding arrangements. I think I've said enough, but just to say that we're here, and I find that we've made a long journey of understanding it, and we're here to constructively think this through. And I think actually most interventions were in that direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jaime. So I mean, my sense is that. My sense is that there's still, at least in our side, a lack of clarity on it's clear to everybody that we have to deliver the fund and the funding arrangements, right? That's very clear. Nobody's questioning that. And let's just settle that, right? I think what we're struggling with, and I'm also struggling with as co-chair, is to understand how we would phrase these actions. So you said we would ask the set up an advisory board amongst the humanitarian. So how do we phrase that? So is it like we recommend that there should be further consideration of an advisory body in the humanitarian sector to support loss and damage, which is vague, right? And then there's the question of how did we get to that point? What analysis did we do that suggested that we needed this advisory body, right? Did we consult with them? How thorough have, so there are legitimacy questions on how we reach these things, right? And then there's this question of, we're just recommending, or are we, so I think these are the things that we're getting unstuck with. I think the developed countries have come further and faster to the point of understanding that recommendation as a funding arrangement than we have, which is probably why Matthias said is that there has been a lack of attention to this, and so people are trying to catch up. But I wouldn't, the catching up processes should not be seen as belittling, just to be clear on that one. So thank you very much. On that, Christina, Heike, Mohammed, and Sunam. Christina.
Thank you, Richard. In terms of how we would phrase it, we do see 3 paragraphs, and trying to keep it simple in the decision text. The first paragraph would recall the Sharm decision in thinking about sort of criteria, and I think the criteria is there actually from, as I look at the first paragraph, in terms of these funding arrangements assisting developing countries that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects, the focus on responding to loss and damage with a focus on addressing, the piece about providing and assisting and mobilizing new and additional resources, and the fact that these new arrangements complement and include sources, funds, processes, initiatives, both under and outside the Convention and Paris. The second paragraph is an invitation to parties and relevant institutions to take forward improvements, and those improvements can be to address gaps in speed, eligibility, adequacy, and access to finance across a variety of challenges, from extreme events to slow onset events, and recognizing the importance of climate resilient reconstruction and recovery. Again, this is language from Sharm. And then a third one, which is about an invitation to a wide range of sources of funding to contribute to these. So we were trying to keep it simple in terms of what we would foresee as how to phrase it in the decision. There would then be an annex. The annex was an attempt to respond to a question that was raised by you, Dan, in the Glasgow dialogue of what would be your top 10. There seemed to be a question raised in the Glasgow dialogue of just tell us what you mean. And so this was our attempt to put something down on paper and try to begin to elicit this kind of conversation on specificity. We had a top 4, not a top 10, but a top 4 areas or thematic areas, focal areas, whatever you might call it. Within those 4, there's less than a handful we tried to prioritize. Matthias, I want to take some point of departure and disagreement with you saying that none of these issues have been raised by developing countries. We included in our top handful when it comes to prearranged finance, the systematic inclusion of debt-related climate, yeah, you know what I mean.
We know what you mean.
Yeah, which, you had started off as your point 2, that really for Barbados has made a difference. And it shouldn't just be Barbados. This issue of, but that is about, that's not necessarily the whole spectrum of debt treatment, right? And so we tried to reflect debt treatment more broadly, which can include debt reduction, also in our top, it's not really top 10, it's probably top 18. So we were trying to respond to what we were hearing as priorities coming out of this group and out of the Glasgow dialogue and out of the workshops. So I want to just disagree with the point that Matthias was raising, that this is not coming from developing countries. Human mobility is also one of our top 4, and as laid out in the scope paper from the G77 TC members the other day, and I realized that scope paper was reflective of the fund, human mobility was there in both places. You had 2 bullets. So I felt like we were trying to be responsive. Now, as I said yesterday, the fund can also take up human mobility. It would be up to the country ownership principle, countries determining what those activities are. But again, we were trying to be responsible to what we are hearing from both TC members as well as the broader stakeholders that have been engaged in our process. Thanks.
Okay, colleagues, so there you have quite a clear proposal, 3 paragraphs. Whether you, so think about that. Christina, question for you. So your text refers to the annex, right? Is there another way of not having it in an annex, but reflecting maybe a TC document that's broader? And again, I'm just trying to find creative ways, because if you put an annex into a decision, although you're not adopting the annex at all, right? It's your text is very clear. It notes including but not limited to the recommendation in Annex 2. It could be construed by some or perceived by some that we are in fact somehow endorsing the annex recommendations, and I'm not talking here substance, this process, that may cause some problems on why this one, not why this one. So is it possible to consider maybe us working on a TC document for TC4 that then lists all sorts of recommendations without prejudging them, so that we capture them, and then we would rather refer to as contained in TC document XXY, right? And then that would stop us from, that's clearly a TC outcome, not something that, my concern is that we spend a lot of time in COP negotiating those recommendations, when in fact that's not really what your text is saying. So you don't have to answer me now, you can if you want to, but you can come back. Okay, thank you. Heike, you're next.
Thank you, Richard, co-chair. Maybe I try to answer your question. We'll see. I try to speak quickly so that I can get all my points out. But let me thank you first, the co-chairs, also for the informal note and that facilitated the discussion. I learned a bit more even from the different perspectives of colleagues, and I hope we enhance this. Actually, I mean, you know that our seat shared a couple of documents already before Bangkok, and from my perspective, we had also good discussions in Bangkok, very concrete also, with recommendations and everything that colleagues were asking for. And even in advance of TC3, we had another document to be more concrete and actionable in preparation. And basically, I didn't want to be the funding arrangement seat. So, but happy to come up with more details if it is any help. But following up on the 3 paragraphs of Christina, but from a different angle, I think for us as TC, it's important moving forward to the recommendations to have language in very concrete terms on 3 elements. Strengthening the architecture for loss and damage with more coherence, for example, complementarity. Second thing is the relations between the fund and the funding arrangements on different levels. I'm not only talking about funding. And then also enhancing funding arrangements with really concrete actionable recommendations. And why do I say that? On the first aspect is, I think we have a mandate to do this. But maybe the mandate is not as important. I think what more important is for me, we have the mandate, is that I think in reality for vulnerable countries, the whole architecture is important. And I fully agree with you, Avinash, not on the number of 2%, but clearly on the assessment that it's not sufficient and not as targeted as hopefully the new fund will be on responding to loss and damage. But the funding arrangements, I don't know what the percentage of each one of this in the architecture combined will be, is relevant, is not enough and not efficient enough and everything that we have been discussing, but it is out there. It's, I hope, supporting vulnerable countries, and it's not going away. And the 98% are not coming miraculously from the fund. Unfortunately, I don't think that it will. So I think it's our responsibility, and therefore I named the 3 elements, to strengthen the architecture, to strengthen the relations, and have concrete recommendations for the enhancement. And one thing I maybe understood is that some of the or the different interpretations come from one possible element of relating the fund to the funding arrangements, that is channeling funds. But this is not the only one, and it's certainly not about a closed, fixed list. And when I heard first talk about endorsement, still I don't know, it was never about endorsement. And just I now thought it's maybe endorsing funding arrangements so that they can then get funds from the fund. I was just thinking when I was listening to you, maybe that was part of the questions about funding arrangements, but this is not how I look at it. And then country-led approach is very important for me, for us, and I proud myself that I even didn't give 1 minute of Global Shield speech in the TCs, and I didn't, but just highlighting country-owned, proposed by the V20, and working in Senegal, in Ghana, with country-owned processes. I mean, just to mention one aspect. On debt, we also agree, responding to loss and damage is not about increasing debt. And we have looked in all our documents, the one that we didn't share, the one that we shared, there's not one single recommendation on the funding arrangement that would increase debt. The opposite is true in the area of fiscal space. It's about decreasing the risk of indebtedness. So just to make this crystal clear. And then talking about concrete recommendations, some are in the US, bridging proposals, some in the different paper seat shared. Talking about non-economic losses, still we have not yet identified it as an area for the fund. So then, from my perspective, this would be certainly a gap where we need a better funding arrangement to address this. Fiscal space, I mentioned, anticipatory action and humanitarian aid is something else. Contingency planning, more premium subsidies for countries. So I have a list of concrete things, but I think this is the general notion how we look at funding arrangements. Sorry for being longer than the Dutch minute.
I think the Dutch minute was the previous session. I think he was long enough, so that's totally fine. Thank you, Heike. Avinash, did you want to respond to Heike? Because I saw you put your flag up, or you want to come back on the list?
I can be 1 minute, so it could be able to both, which is basically, I think Christina's 3 paragraphs is without the annex, is I think a way in which we can get agreement. And what I would say is, to your point, that if we start listing things in the annex, it does give the impression we've all endorsed them. But I think what we can do instead is describe what is an ideal funding arrangement, like you just did, in terms of something that's not adding to debt and those things. So I think we could come up with a sort of a generic description, and then which I think we can agree on, without having a specific list which will make people think is that endorsement. So, for example, I've championed natural disaster clauses, but not for loss and damage.
Thanks, Avinash. So, Heike, I just had some comments to you. Maybe you want to just help me understand this. So, the relationship between the fund and the funding arrangement, could that not be resolved in the actual text in the fund under that section? Because Christina's proposal was much more procedural, right? So technically we could have a section, with the fund and the funding arrangements, and then we set our roles and responsibilities or something like that. The same thing with strengthening the architecture, because would you suggest that we just imply in the recommendations that their purpose is to strengthen the architecture, or is it like some of the sub-criteria that Avinash had said? And then I would like to understand more about enhancing, I'm assuming that enhancing funding arrangements was future funding arrangements, and we don't have, the Christina's proposal on the 3 doesn't really have a process where that would happen, right? And my understanding from Hajj's proposal was that council was about the funding arrangements and also broader complementarity and coherence, but Christina and your than substance. So I don't know if you want to respond to that, Heike. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. To have it under the fund regarding the relations, fine, and also open for different short and precise and adding value places where we could address the architecture. Sorry, Hajar, on my list I had the council I wanted to, but it was just such a long list, so I'm supportive still of this. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Heike. Next on my list is Mohammed, followed by Sunam. Mohammed.
Thank you so much, Richard, and apologies if I'm not, I'll be lost in the discussion. I'm trying to identify what are the funding arrangements. I just recall before going to Sharm, there was this inside and outside discussion, so institutions that are inside the process and others that are outside. And then the discussions in Sharm was saying that yes, there are institutions and there are entities that are delivering outside this process, and we need to ensure that they are included with a bigger picture of loss and damage. So with this understanding, my understanding of funding arrangements are around the following. First, we are trying to establish a mechanism to coordinate, enhance the complementarity, enhance the transparency, provide more coherent approach to loss and damage. So first element is creating something. So in this something, this could be a platform, could be a council. This is the first element. Second element is what would this new, whatever mechanism that we are creating, delivering. So my understanding from the deliverables is that they should be providing new and additional resources, because this is what we agreed to in the decision. So that is not just repackaging what they have or saying that, yes, I have a window here, I'm providing X million. No, they should be providing new and additional resources. So the additionality has to be one of the criteria to consider them sitting there. Plus, of course, the skill that they are providing. And the second element is, yes, we are committed and delivering, not to repackage, not to loss and damage wash our funding, but really to provide the support that is needed based on the agreement or the vision put forward by the parties through the fund and through what we are discussing now on the decisions. So this is the second element. But in doing so, how can we select those who are sitting there? Who are the components of the funding arrangements, if you can say that? I think there are many criteria that we should have or we should consider. First is their main goal. Are they comprehensively addressing loss and damage, or this is an over and above thing that they are doing in their spare time or like a small element on the side? Are they providing this through debt instruments or non-debt instruments? Are they willing to move from the current policies into future policies that we are going, or that parties are going to put forward? And are they really providing effective contribution to the loss and damage, the three elements that I mentioned on loss and damage, which is before, during, and on the long term? So those are criteria. And then from this criteria, we go into the list of members of this funding arrangements, because we can't have everything under the sun, because everybody is saying that they are providing loss and damage funding, similar to everybody now saying they are providing climate finance, because there is no definition of climate finance. So if you ask any institution, are you providing climate finance, they will give you yes, of course, and they will give you criteria, very generic criteria of their deliverables. So the third element is we need to have some criteria for those who will be members or sitting in this mechanism that we are creating under this funding arrangements. So those are like my understanding of the elements. But then we go a step further, if you allow me, and look at what did we do before. I mean, this is not the first time we discuss having platforms, having stuff like that. I was engaged in the Standing Committee on Finance, and so were some people here in the room. One main functions of the Standing Committee on Finance was to ensure coherence and complementarity, and it is one of the functions. How is it going to do that? By establishing an arrangement for all those who are providing climate finance to sit together and provide what did it materialize to? It materialized to a forum that happens every year. One of the coordinators of the forum, but the forum is there. Many members of those who are providing climate finance, they come there, they engage, they listen. Then the recommendations goes to the member states. We take note of it and we recommend that those institutions consider, and that's it. It ends there. So nothing really happens. So what are we trying to create from the funding arrangements? If we really want to, as was envisaged by Heike and by Christina and by everybody around the table that we want to influence the process of providing funding, then we need to have two things. One, the fund would be a substantial player in this scene, and not a fund of $100 million sitting there with those who are sitting with the 60 billion and 70 billion and I don't know how many. And second, that it has an authority. Without authority or finance, like anything in the world, if I don't have authority, if I'm not rich, if I go to anywhere, I go to a hotel, you are not allowed. Very sorry, you don't have the authority or the funding to be here. So if you want this funding arrangements by us as COP and CMA to make a difference, we have to be there. I'll go another step further. In the Santiago network, and I have Sumaya sitting beside me, Santiago network has the partners. Who are the partners? It's the same people that we're talking about in the funding arrangements. They are the World Bank, they are the Green Climate Fund, they are the GFDR, they are all the initiatives. And they should have provided reports to the Santiago network on what are they delivering. Have they delivered anything? Have they provided any reports? No. Why? Because Santiago network does not have the authority, does not have the finance. So they cannot really influence those institutions. So I'm very engaging in what you're saying. I really want to see this happening, and I believe that we can do a difference. But I think the only difference can be done if you have a fund that is at scale and have the right policies and have the right authority and is the core in all this funding arrangements. So everybody will be coming to them. I mean, like I hear Christina saying, well, people will go to the fund or anybody saying that they will go to the fund. Jaime was saying they will go to the fund and discuss. Why will they go to the fund? How many institutions go to the adaptation fund? Do they go to the adaptation fund? They don't go to the adaptation fund. But they consider going to the GCF because the GCF has almost 2.5 billion per year. So they are considering the GCF. If this fund is 10 billion per year, 100 billion per year, they will go to the fund. But without having this main enabler, then we are discussing a very utopian, very theoretical, very good thing that we will have a yearly, every 6 months platform. They will come, will engage, will give recommendations, will take note or welcome them at the COP and the CMA, will say, yes, things are happening, and in reality, it will not be happening. So I think this is a reality check that we all need to consider when we are discussing the funding arrangements. I know that we have big players in the funding arrangements, including the World Bank, including many MDBs, including the Climate Shield. They are big players. Would the fund be bigger than that? I hope so. Then, yes. Smaller than that, it will be one of, and most probably nothing will be materializing. Sorry for this reality check, but it is important for at least for this seat to understand what are we creating in the funding arrangements, because I was lost in the whole discussion. Arrangements, okay, council, platform, entities here, entities there, they are going, they are coming, they are listening to us, they are changing their policies. I don't think the MDBs are changing their policies until they had a very strong pressure coming from the COP process, coming from many developing countries that put it forward, that really made this potential change, which has not really materialized yet, still in the process, happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Forum. I'm going to call you that now, Mr. SCF Forum. For that, so I actually think that we've made some progress and common understandings on what they are, what the status are, what we need to do, and I think it's been a helpful discussion that Christina started us off with trying to identify the three elements of the decision, and colleagues have suggested we could add more and what have you. So I think I'm feeling as if I've learned something I've clarified some things that weren't clear in my mind at 2 o'clock, 2:30. Okay, so next on my list is Sunam, followed by Hajja, and then followed by Adar, and I think that's going to close my list so we can finish by 4 p.m. So thank you. Sunam.
Thank you, Richard. I have also understood that the funding arrangements exist through the research that we did, the discussions we've had, and but in terms of what type of animal they are, I think we have some discussed yesterday also, just emphasize on few of the expectations that of this funding arrangements. One is that the support provided should be in line with the principles of COP and the Paris Agreement. I mean, we need to ensure that they are a true loss and damage in that domain. Also, the funding arrangement should operate and coordinate under the guidance of COP and Paris Agreement through, of course, the board and executive director of the fund. That's also very important. And the work of the funding arrangement should be responsive to country needs and circumstances. I think this appears here and there all over the place. The other thing is also, we don't know, as I said, what type of institution, animal they are. I mean, we need to also ensure that these funding arrangements lower access hurdles to prioritize grant-based and non-debt instruments, and also implement debt deferment and cancellation clauses. I think that is very important for us. I will not go on, and as Richard said, we should give in writing, so I've been very short. We will submit some of that in writing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sunam, for that. Haja, please.
Thank you, Richard. So I think it's helpful here to return to the concept of the mosaic and the funding arrangements, which is a set of institutions and rules that are working together and coordinated. So we started with identifying unfulfilled or underfunded areas, and as mentioned, there are some institutions working here, but they're not designed for it and nowhere near the scale. The lack is particularly large for reconstruction from extreme events, rehabilitation from slow onset events, and non-economic losses from both. So in addressing the reconstruction, rehabilitation, and NELs, the fund is taking on a very big job. And that's why we've introduced the idea of the council. So this council's purpose is to ensure coordination, communication, and coherence, and avoid as much as possible duplicated efforts, as lots of our colleagues here have highlighted. It will also loss and damage, and to ensure the stability against the backdrop of the increasing climate impacts. So this can be accomplished by convening the best thinkers in loss and damage alongside with executives from the institutions charged with addressing loss and damage. So this is, the council is not an institution, it's a committee that can meet a few times a year. And of course, we're talking about who is in the council and if we can ask the people on the outside to be in the inside and how we would do that. We can invite, I believe, but we can't go on a prescriptive, open-ended list. But we all know that there are institutions that are working in the realm of the loss and damage. So members of the council, it's important that it's the heads of the multilateral organizations tasked with the different aspects of loss and damage. And it can include executive level representatives of OCHA, DRR, WHO, UNESCO, IOM, of course the UNFCCC, and it should have the executive level representatives of the World Bank, IMF, the MDBs, chairs or co-chairs of the fund board, and experts. So we're very much, I mean, we're still refining and working on this, and we look forward to working with all the members on refining the proposal. And I think we can still work in the constructive manner to develop this proposal better, and also remember that the end goal is for us, for the most vulnerable countries that are impacted by climate change. In this 1.5 world, we're in 1.1 now, and you know the WMO has recently said that we'll even reach the 1.5 before the 2030s. So if we look at the scope of the work that we have to do, the scale of the funding, and the kind of cooperation and coordination that you will need at a multilateral level across different agencies to really help address loss and damage, then there has to be a coordination. And we know this world has a limited amount of, I mean, there's all the money in the world, but we need to be smart in directing it to the most vulnerable. So I think with that goal, I think we have lots of potential to work here to make a good proposal for TC4. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Hajat. So I think if we're making proposals, they need to be with us in the next 10 days, so we can, TC4 is in October, so the sooner we get things, the better. Thank you very much. Adele, you're my last speaker. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Richard. The points that I would like to raise have been previously expressed by Sonam and others from developing countries colleagues. But just to add that the current mechanisms for humanitarian assistance, for somehow addressing some loss and damage related issues are there. But then it's not enough. There is a gap after the disasters. After few months, few years, recovery issues, reconstruction issues, rehabilitation issues are still not well captured. That's why we come up with Para 2 of Decision 2 CP 27. So in terms of scope of the funding arrangement, we still need to have to be guided by the Para 2 of Decision 2 CP 27, Para 2. And also Decision 2 CMA 4, Para 2 itself. We need to be guided. So in terms of guiding principle, coordination and cooperation issue will be critically important. So the document, a decision said new and additional to the existing one. So the existing one is not enough. So we need to have a new one and additional one. So to have additional things in terms of institutional arrangement, in terms of social fund or finance itself from which entities will be contributing, I think that's very important. So in terms of arranging institution, I think coordination body or coordinating body will be quite useful. So I do agree with Sonam and also I think Kateza with regard to these council issues, but of course we are going to have our own submission later on as a developing countries together, not only from ILDCs, but we are going to think about this, but we have already identified some key elements on how to enhance coordination. But for coordination, the fund itself to be seen as core elements for the funding arrangement. So complementarity issues under the COP and CMA decisions, I think that's a funding arrangement itself. So the core element will be fund that we discussed before this morning, I think, and the funding arrangement will be additional to be a complementarity for the fund itself. So it will be guided by the Conference of Parties, accountable to the Conference of Parties, both COP and CMA. I think that's the key. And in terms of providing further financial issues, so I just described about the institution and coordination issue, but how to get financial support. Humanitarian assistance are there, but we need to have a new contribution additional to the existing one. I think that's something that we also need to get from the decision itself. I think this is how I interpret decision into the operational gestion issues. So I think to have that, the board of the fund will be also critically important to overseeing the arrangement of funds itself, of funding arrangement itself, from coordination point of view, from the institutional coordination point of view, and also from the contribution and then disbursement point of view. I think that will be critically important. But to be focused that our scope is, ongoing and exposed. Loss and damages arising from the impact of climate change, from extreme weather events and slow onset events, economic and also non-economic loss and damage. I think that's critically important. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Sana. Thank you, Hadar, sorry. That's very clear. Just can you hang on a second? I just want to have a quick consultation with Uti. Okay, thank you, colleagues. I was just consulting with Uti on the next step. So thank you very much for that conversation. I think we've made some progress on understanding what these things are. And what I'm going to suggest is we're going to break for tea now. Uti and we're not committing to do anything, but we're committing to try and figure out whether or not the suggestions that have been made on the floor from Christina and Avinash and Makai and others and Heike, we're able to, we'll see how if we can do something about it that we could bring back to you, but we're not committing to bring anything back to you, but because it has to work. So we're going to try and capture this notion of what could be in a decision, in a short decision, what elements we need to have and how we would reflect certain things and potentially how we link up what everybody said. So, and Mohammed, my list is closed. So on that, I'm going to close this agenda, close this matter for now, and we'll go to tea. Thank you. Back in 15 minutes, and also we're not going to be in a rush to do this because we are waiting for the developing country submission, which I understand is still in progress. But we're going to work on something. It doesn't mean we're going to give you anything. So just be clear. So thank you.
And for tomorrow, not today.
No, nothing for today. So thank you very much.
Okay, could we get a quorum number of TC members in the room? You don't actually have to sit down. You can you can just, just as long as you're in the room and we have a quorum, we can start. Okay, okay, colleagues, would like to continue, please. Please. Okay, we have 18 SCF members in the room, we have a quorum, and we can start. So now turning to our last session today, so we're going to turn to complementarity, coordination and coherence, and that was the issue that we didn't cover this morning. We just ran out of time. So here again, we want to hear very focused interventions and really sort of like, please give us the 3 things that you want to see on coherence, coordination, complementarity reflected in the decision or the recommendations of this committee. So we're just going to collect 3 things from everyone, and then Richard and I will reflect on how we take those forward. Thank you. So just to repeat, so now we're now turning to complementarity, coherence and coordination, which is also part of our mandate along with sources, along with funding arrangements and the fund. So on complementarity, coherence and coordination, please give us 3 things that you would like to see in the recommendations, captured in the recommendations of the Transitional Committee. I mean, if there's no appetite to to help us with complementarity, coherence, and coordination, we are more than happy to come up with something with Richard. And then put that in front of you. Not sure whether that will happen by tomorrow, but in sometime in the near future. And then we would take some other issue. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for your trust in our abilities to sort out the complementarity, coherence, and coordination on behalf of the Transitional Committee. Christina.
I very much trust you, but it's really important, so I want to say just a few words. The coordination complementarity, we would see a section in the governing instrument in the annex on complementarity and coherence with respect to the fund and how it coordinates with others in performing its work, and you have our submission in writing. And we would also see in the decision, and on the broader funding arrangements, something on coordination, and we would like to see it, if it takes the form of an advisory group or whatever the noun or the name is, we just need to make clear what the functions of that coordination group would be, and what the output is, if there's like some sort of annual report, and trying to get clear in the submission we put forward. It was shared by the Executive Secretary of UN Climate, and I think there are other proposals on the table of who could lead it, and we're very happy to engage with others to further flesh out the details. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Christina. Mikhail, please.
Yeah, thanks, Uti. And just one point on complementarity coordination, especially in the context of one of the other clear reasons of why it's quite important of its designation as an operating entity and it falling a part of the mechanism, because this would now hopefully be the third operating entity of the mechanism, and how then having now 3 operating entities coordinating with one another inside of the structures that they have as defined in Article 11 and Article 9 is quite crucial. And I know we made the point on the review, the periodic review, the review of the financial mechanism, and I think that allows, and there are clear questions on complementarity coordination, and I know that even recently the GEF and the GCF commissioned work on how they try and align their policies and programs and harmonize as best as possible. And so having that relationship, having that family of operating entities under the financial mechanism is also one of the key and crucial parts of it being designated as such. So just wanted to highlight that. Thanks a lot, Uti.
Okay, thank you. Any other views? Yes, Jean-Christophe.
Yeah, thank you, Uti. Three proposals, actually. I think a link should be made between programmatic approach and coordination. The program being adopted by the board, I think the fund should play a role of keeper vis-à-vis the rest of the world, vis-à-vis the other financial actors of this program. Guarantee for the country that the program that it has developed is something that is considered by all other actors willing to be involved in the country. Second, on complementarity, depending on how we are going to design the relationship between the fund and the funding arrangement. And for instance, in my proposal, the partnership I mentioned should be obviously a translation of the complementarity between some funding arrangement and the fund. And I lost my third, so sorry.
That's okay. Two-hander for Mo.
Thank you so much. Just JC, three questions. The first one, how do you see this programmatic approach applying for the 3 deliverables that at least the seat has provided? So we know that before, and then in the spot, and then the after. The first one. Second one, you mentioned now that this program has to be endorsed or approved by the different actors. Just to clarify, how do you see the role of the different actors with that? And the third one is, where does the country ownership fit in this programmatic approach that you are mentioning? It is important. We know that in NAPS, for example, could be in the adaptation sphere. This is the ownership. NDCs is owned by the countries themselves, and they are provided. Will the NAPS or the NDCs or whatever element that will be coming forward from the country be under question of the board, or should the board prepare guidelines for preparing the loss and damage program? Because those are, or like the Santiago network, which should be doing this part. So those are important elements when we say programmatic in its generality. And just a quick question on the previous session, when the reference to pre-arranged financing, does this mean insurance? Thank you.
Yes, JC, please.
First, on programmatic approach, I have to say that I am ready to align with the proposal made by the Pacific Island. I think it's a very good proposal. And the idea there is that based on risk assessment, and I've heard from Dan on that, based on the risk assessment, the development by the country itself of a program which exactly encompass pre, ongoing and post event actions should be adopted by the board of the fund in order for the secretariat of the fund to be allowed to deliver the fund in coherence with the program itself, allowing for speed, adequacy, and access to the fund from the country. On pre-arranged financing, it's not only about insurance, actually. I mentioned yesterday, or the day before, I don't remember, the fact that social protection is something that has to be considered as a pre-arranged financing in the way that social consequences of LND should be anticipated and incorporated, and some capacity should be incorporated in the national system, and the fund could play a role to help the country to develop that if they want to develop that, obviously.
Thank you, JC. Any other views on complementarity, coherence, and coordination at this point? Doesn't seem to be the case. So Richard and I will add this to our list of tasks, and we're not promising a delivery time on that yet. But yeah, okay. I'll just take a minute to consult with Richard.
Thank you, colleagues. We're going to move to the next matter on our agenda item, which is this issue of interim arrangements. So we're not really going to take discussion here. We just want to flag something for you so that it's on your minds that we have to think about. So we can't really, we don't think it's useful to spend our time discussing that now, because this is really dependent on the outcome of our deliberations on the institutional structure and location. But we wanted to flag something for colleagues so that we're well aware of it, right? So once we get to a recommendation on the institutional location and structure, and we've come down now to two potential locations, and we asked that nobody surprise us with third ones, and nobody's done that, so I hope that's still the same. So the one option was they're both dedicated independent secretariats, right? But one is being built from scratch, right? And the other one is being located in an existing institution. So depending on what option we take, then we have the need for interim arrangements. I think we would need interim arrangements for both, but one is longer than the other. So if we go the option of new dedicated independent secretariat, we start from scratch, then we would need to, in the decision, establish an interim secretariat, right? And that interim secretariat would be to support the board to manage the process till the establishment of the independent secretariat. And that is the model that was used in the Green Climate Fund. And what we did then is we set up an interim secretariat that was co-hosted or co-coordinated, what was the word, Lando, we used well, it's made up between the UNFCCC Secretariat and the GEF Secretariat, and co-managed is the word. And what that interim secretariat did was basically support the policy work of the board for its first 5 meetings. It received money into the UNFCCC Trust Fund to support the work of the board, organize meetings, etc., and that period was roughly a year, right? was 5 board meetings, so it was a little bit more than a year and a half, right? And then at the 5th board meeting, the board set up the 5th meeting, and in that process, the following things were undertaken. One, the board developed its rules of procedure. It agreed to launch the host country selection process. The host country selection process was in the COP decision, so the COP gave the parameters for the host country. The board did that selection. And then the third thing they did was appointed an executive director. The executive director was appointed. The executive director at the time then presented a secretariat work program, and that was adopted. And at that point, the board established the full-time secretariat. Again, during that process, the host country arrangements were agreed between the board and the host country, and that was the end of the interim secretariat arrangement, and this is needed. There may be other models, but essentially you need an interim secretariat. If we choose the other choice, which is to locate in an existing institution, we would probably still need a little bit of space to do some work depending on decisions being taken, and at this stage we haven't yet clarified with the potential institution that we could locate it in exactly what the time frame is, but we will come back to you as soon as possible so that it's clear, so that if we take that decision, then this is what the interim arrangement would be, but I would understand that it would be a lot shorter than another one, and so again it just depends on the complexity of what we decide to do. So that's the interim arrangement. It would be in the decision text of the text that would launch the fund, or whatever we call it, operationalize the fund. So we're not ready to, we don't think it's time now to have this discussion, because we'd be just going around in circles because we don't know what option we're taking. So that's all we wanted to place on your radar. We should not forget to do this at TC4. So we remember at TC4, we have to do the report and we have to make sure all these other things. So it's not just the governing documents or whatever, it's the governing documents plus the broader decision.
Okay, so then turning to the other two issues that we had identified for today. So there was and this is again from the scenario note that Richard and I prepared. So there was the issue on the roles, function and arrangements for the Secretariat, and roles, functions and arrangements of the board. And this is quite a similar situation like what Richard just explained. So depending on the option that we choose for the fund, that will also then have an impact on the roles, functions and arrangements for both the Secretariat and the board. We haven't actually been flooded with submissions on this, so again, should you wish to provide us guidance on these two specific issues, we would welcome those by the 10th of September. Otherwise, and in any event, Richard and I, we are preparing to put something together, but should you wish to provide us some input and influence what we prepare, we'll give you the deadline of 10th September. So I think we've had a long and somewhat emotional day on some of the discussions, so perhaps it would actually be quite good to close ahead of schedule. So basically we've touched upon, and as far as I can now sort of see, we've touched upon all of the issues that we had outlined in our scenario notes for the Transitional Committee to cover at this meeting. So well done, everyone. That doesn't mean that the discussions are over. We're still going to come back to a number of issues, of course, tomorrow. But at least I think we now have at least some guidance on all of the issues, and we have a way forward. But we'll come back on with sort of more details on that tomorrow. Christina.
Thank you so much, Uti. And we had already shared some information on the roles of board and secretariat. I raised my flag just to ask how will we organize ourselves tomorrow, and what will we touch, given we have covered everything in the scenario note? Thank you.
Right, so with all the issues that we've covered, and we've kind of promised to at least sort of attempt to prepare Chair's summary notes, informal, again, no status, just indicative, but at least trying to capture all the issues that we've covered. So we are hoping to have those circulated by tomorrow morning, and we would then start at 9 o'clock tomorrow, and then again sort of touch upon all the issues that we've covered at this meeting, and that will then be an opportunity for colleagues around the table to provide us further guidance, object, reject, praise, applaud, whatever you wish to do with the way that we've been working. But again, I mean, we have planned for a full day tomorrow, so there's also a lot of opportunities for engaging on substantive discussions tomorrow as well. So although we have covered all the issues, doesn't mean that our work is done here, not at all. We might also want to come back to the structure of the report if we are there. Richard?
So thanks. So yeah, I think we do need to come back. I think we're going to have a very busy day again. So don't overload yourself tonight with the host country. But we still have to have a discussion on privileges and immunities, because we didn't have that discussion. We gave you a note, so we would need to come back and get some views on that one. We still need to come back again for another attempt to look at what are we designating this fund as, and we also need to come back to the discussion on the location, the secretariat option. We would seek some more guidance on that one, because I don't think we should just leave it open, and again, maybe that discussion is not really an outcome per se, but maybe some more questions that people want us to seek clarity on, because there are questions. There are some other things that we haven't yet discussed, such as the stakeholder engagement with the fund. We would need to just open these issues to get some reflections. I think there are one or two other ones. I mean, I think again, there were a number of issues that we had proposed to discuss, but they are very much bound by the location issue, right? So obviously, things like independent units, monitoring and evaluation are all important, but as you know, if we choose one path, then we're setting up new ones. I think it's clear. If we choose another path, then we're inheriting ones. I think I would be safe to say that everybody agrees that those things need to happen, then we need to have them, and I don't think there's any discussion. So it's more of a question of, if we have to set up a new one, then you have to draft language to establish. If we don't have to, then it's language to make sure that we utilize the services of the institution that we're co-locating in. So we can just open and make sure that everybody's okay with that approach. And then what that means is that our work is really held up to a large point until we resolve this matter of the location. So I would like to spend some more time just going through those options, getting people's additional questions so that we can get them answered. I think that's it. Secretariat, do you want to give us a housekeeping on what we're doing?
Thank you. From what I understand, there's a bus leaving at 5:50 p.m. For those that are joining the Kachra show, and then there's a bus leaving at 6:50. Those just going for the cocktail. But you needed to have signed up. Sorry? There's a Kachra show followed by the cocktail. Yes.
Sorry?
You're here. Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Very briefly, so we're leaving for the cocktail at 6:50 p.m. The cocktail is set to start between 7 and 7:30, and for those of you who want to get a tour of the museum inside, which is the Museum of the Royal Houses, the first house of government, it's a very short tour for about half an hour, and the bus would leave at, I believe it's 5:50, sorry, 5:50. Yes, thank you. Hope to see you there, all of you. 5:50 and 6:50, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Enjoy your evening, and thank you for all the work you've all done today.